test. Ooh. Test. Test, test, test. Test.
Where's crack?
Today's is short anyway.
What?
It's so much more shorter than yesterday's.
We lost one of our pages yesterday, too. Do you say good morning or do you say sit down?
Good morning, please take your seats.
Good morning, everyone. Please settle down in your seat. Thank you. Why does he look at me like I fell out of the sky? Do I talk? Security, can you please close the door of the auditorium, please? Thank you.
The delegates, please quiet down.
Delegates, please quiet down. Thank you.
Good morning, delegates. We request that you stand for the national anthem and the land acknowledgement.
At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the school is situated upon traditional territories. The territories include the Wendat, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Mississauga of the New Credit First Nation, and the Métis Nation. The treaty that was signed for this particular parcel of land is collectively referred to as the Toronto Purchase and applies to land east of Brown's Line to Woodbine Avenue and north towards Newmarket. I also recognize the enduring presence of Aboriginal people on this land. Please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem sung by Mira Seth.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see the rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we
Welcome back to the second day of the 38th Martingrove Model United Nations. We'd like to thank everyone for such an inspiring and successful session yesterday. We'd also like to thank the members of the MMUN exec team and staffing team, as well as all MCI staff members for the work they've done yesterday to ensure we ran smoothly.
It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you today's guest speaker, the Honorable Evan Baker. MP Baker has worked closely with cabinet members of both Ontario and federal and legislature, and has led several initiatives to improve Etobicoke. He is currently the MP for Etobicoke Centre, but he has also taught in the School of Business at York University and has unique understanding of international and trades. He serves as a board director of Leave Out Violence, Emerging Leaders Network, and Global Grassroots, and is a great recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. MP Baker will speak, and then we will briefly take a quick photo with him over there in the front. Please join us in giving MP Baker a warm welcome.
Good morning. How are you all doing this morning? Let's try that again. How are you guys all doing this morning? Okay, that's way better, way better. It's great to be back here at Martingrove Collegiate. How many of you are students at Martingrove? Oh, good number. Okay. So those of you who are students at Martingrove are constituents of mine in Etobicoke Centre. I'm the Member of Parliament for Etobicoke Centre, so I have the honor of representing you and your families and our community in Canada's House of Commons. And I'm thrilled to be here today to speak with all of you about a few topics, but mainly about Canada's role in the world and what we're doing on something that I think is critically important to people around the world, but also to our country. So I'm going to speak. Once in a while, I might ask you guys a question. So be prepared that I may ask you a question or two. But my job today is really, I hope, to kind of offer you some thoughts, offer you some insight that'll be helpful to you as you think about your work today, and frankly, every day, as advocates, as voters, as informed citizens who are kind of shaping the world. Does that sound okay? Okay, fantastic. So first thing I want to say to you is just quickly, it is really, really great to see so many of you here participating in this Model UN. And I say that because, like, the involvement of young people in being informed, in government, in shaping what society thinks about issues, and then helping make sure governments and others, nonprofits, people, take the steps needed to make our world a better place is super important. It doesn't happen by itself. It happens because people care and because they're knowledgeable, right? And both those things are super important. So you're here today showing that you care, but you're also learning. And I hope that you continue learning every single day, that you pay attention to the issues that you're talking about today, that you learn more, that your views evolve, that you become better informed, more confident in your perspectives, and that you do something. You take that knowledge and you act on it. That's really, really important. When I was a little older than you, I went to my first political convention. So in this case, I'm from the Liberal Party, and so the Liberal Party was picking their new leader. Back then, the Liberal Party chose Paul Martin as the leader. Paul Martin became Prime Minister shortly after that. And I was at this convention, and I met with some MPs. And it was like a small group of us, of like 5 or 6 people, young people, and 3 or 4 MPs. And the MPs spoke with us, and then we had a chance for questions and answers. And I asked one of the MPs, if you could change one thing about your career, what would it be? And he said, he says, I started my involvement politically when I was in my 20s. I led a youth group in my community when I was like 28. And he says, and I've had a great career in politics. He was near the end of his career. He was about to retire. And he says, but I wish I'd started younger. Like, the younger you start, the more opportunity you have to learn, the more you have an opportunity to act on that knowledge, and the more you have an opportunity to kind of have it impact what you do in life, right? So I applaud all of you for being involved, and I hope you stay involved. It's really important. Look, my role as a member of Parliament, who can tell me what an MP does? What's an MP's job? I see a hand up here in the front. Say it really loud so people can hear you, though, okay?
Representing your constituents in the House of Commons.
That's right, representing my constituents. What does that mean, representing my constituents? Yes, sir. Voting on legislation. What else? Yes. Advocating for, say again? Their rights, yeah? Advocating for the rights of people. Anything else? I see a hand over here, yeah? Voicing the issues. You guys have basically nailed it. There's a legislative component. My job is to help write and then vote on legislation, laws. But most of my job is on advocating. It's on advocating for a range of issues, the rights of people, the issues that I think are important, better health care, steps to counter the rising cost of living, helping you guys and people of all ages make housing more affordable, and the list goes on, right? And foreign policy is one of those things. So I want to speak to you from that perspective today, and I want you to understand what my role is. So do MPs make decisions about this stuff? How many of you say yes, MPs make decisions about foreign policy? How many of you say no? Yeah, the no's are right. I don't make decisions, I advocate. I try to persuade the people who do make the decisions to do what I think is the right thing on behalf of all of you, on behalf of the people of Etobicoke Centre, right? On behalf of the people of Canada. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about something that I've worked on a lot as a member of Parliament, especially the last couple of years, that I think is important to all of us. And that is the war in Ukraine. So this Saturday will mark an anniversary, a very grim anniversary. Does anybody know what that anniversary is? I'm just going to try to mix it around, give everybody a shot here. Yes, sir, in the blue sweater there. Yeah, that's you. I don't know if it's blue. It looks blue from here. That's right. That marks the day when Russia invaded Ukraine. And what I'll add to your answer is a second time, right? Because Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. What did the world do after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014? Yes, sir. There were sanctions, right? There were sanctions on certain individuals who were part of the the Russian government. Anything else? Yep. Training soldiers. That's a really good one. Those are two really good answers, and both of those are correct. There were a few other steps. There were some words of condemnation. There were some diplomatic measures. Russia was removed from the G8, which is now the G7, right? Like Russia used to be part of what's now the G7. It used to be called the G8. There are a few other things. But did we send weapons to Ukraine? Were the sanctions on Russia punishing? No. Right? So Russia got away with the invasion in 2014 of Crimea and eastern Ukraine, right? So 2 years ago, Russia invades again, and that's why I call it the further invasion. It's important to remember that this war didn't start in 2022. It actually started in 2014, right? Okay. And Ukrainians have been severely outnumbered and outgunned. Like, I don't know if you guys followed this 2 years ago, but when Russia began that further invasion, people were saying, Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, is going to fall in like 3 days. Do you guys remember that? Were you guys following some of that? Like the Ukrainian people were saying, Ukraine's going to lose this. Remember, I don't know if you remember the famous line, the United States was offering the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, they were offering to rescue him from Kyiv. They were offering to fly him out of Ukraine to save him because they thought the Russians were going to occupy the capital. And do you remember what he said? Does anybody remember what Zelensky responded with? Yes, sir, in the blue jacket there. Yeah. Exactly. I don't need a ride. I need ammunition, right? And so he made the decision, his government made the decision they were going to stay and fight. The Ukrainian people, more than anything, made the decision to stay and fight. And they've continued to fight every day. And they've shown tremendous courage, despite being outmanned and outgunned. And the Russians having arguably the second largest military in the world when in 2022. But why do I talk about Ukraine? Like, why do I choose to work on Ukraine as an MP? Why am I talking about it with all of you today? Because you are all representing countries from around the world. Is this an issue that matters around the world, or is this issue that kind of matters mostly in Eastern Europe? Yes? That's right. That's right. The international rules, people often refer to it as the international rules-based order, right? Put in layman's terms, it basically just means we have rules that means that we respect the sovereignty of countries. Canadian borders, US borders, Ukraine's borders, borders of other countries, etc. And Russia's violating that. And if we allow people to break those rules, then that affects all of us. We're all less safe. So the consequences of this war are massive. And they're affecting us every day in our daily lives. So, first of all, Russia's committing war crimes and genocide every day. Like killing people, bombing apartment buildings, deporting Ukrainian children to Russia, right? These are war crimes. Millions of Ukrainians have become refugees. Some of them have fled to Europe. Some of them come to Canada. We've welcomed about 200,000 Ukrainians fleeing the war to Canada over the last couple of years. But many of them are displaced, and many of them have gone back to Ukraine, those parts of Ukraine where it's safer. Hundreds of millions of people in the global south are facing food shortages and famine. Some of you are representing countries in the global south, what we call the global south, right? So if you're the president or the prime minister or a leader in a country, especially in the global south, then in virtually all of those countries, food prices have skyrocketed, energy prices have skyrocketed, but many of the people in some of those countries are facing food shortages and famine. Why? Because Ukraine is one of the largest food exporters in the world. Ukraine feeds 400 million people per year. So when Russia bombs the farms, when Russia bombs the export terminals where the grain and other food gets shipped by sea, when Russia blockades Ukraine's ports, which they've done, that food can't get out. And who are the people who suffer the most when that happens? Yeah. I'm sorry? Civilians, yeah, and which civilians? 100%, all of that. But I would say it's predominantly those who are the most vulnerable, the most poor in the world, right? So, and we've seen famine and food shortages in the global south that have been catastrophic. So this is having global repercussions on all those countries. And frankly, it's affecting food prices here. The number one reason, what's the number one reason that food prices are more expensive at the grocery store over the last couple of years? Inflation. It's not like some politician sat one day and said, let's raise food prices, right? It's inflation. And what's causing food inflation? What's the primary cause of food inflation in the world? There's two main things. One is the war in Ukraine, for the reasons I just talked about. And number two is climate change and extreme weather events, which are contributing to worse crops and making reducing the supply of food that farmers can produce. But the last thing I want to say about why this war matters to all of us, why we should all care every day about what's happening there, is because this is a threat to our security. And you alluded to a little bit when you talked about the international rules-based order. But let's be very clear. If Russia wins, it won't stop at Ukraine. Right? If Russia wins, Vladimir Putin has previously talked about how Poland and the Czech Republic and the Baltic countries in Eastern Europe should be part of Russia. So let's think this through. If Russia wins, Russia's not going to stop at Ukraine. And if Russia attacks the Baltics or Russia attacks Poland, what's significant about those countries? I want to mix it around. Anybody else got an idea? These two gentlemen are doing a great job. Yes, sir. Yeah. They're part of NATO, which means we all have to defend them, right? So if Ukraine loses, if Russia wins, Russia won't stop at Ukraine, and Canada, the US, Europe will be next in defending ourselves against Russian aggression. Putin has even claimed parts of the Canadian Arctic as Russian territory. And Russia's our neighbor in the north. You know, we often look at a global map, and we kind of think about it east. We don't look at it from the perspective of the North Pole. We share a long border with Russia, right? Imagine what it would cost us to defend our Arctic. Right? So when we think about the consequences of Ukraine losing the war or Russia winning, for our security, they're massive. So I think about it this way. I think every Ukrainian soldier who's out there on the front line fighting today is one less Canadian who will have to fight in the future, whether that's in the Baltics or Poland or in the Arctic or somewhere else. Every dollar we spend today is millions of dollars less that we will have to spend in the future. So we either pay a small price now to help Ukraine win, to establish the international rules-based order, to stop all those catastrophic humanitarian consequences, to help stop the inflation that I'm talking about, or we pay a much bigger price later in lives, in dollars, in inflation, in quality of life, and humanitarian consequences, and the list goes on. So that's why, to me, this is something that we need to work together on to solve. Now, Canada's been playing, I was asked to talk about Canada's role in the world on an important issue, and I want to talk about that for a minute. So Canada's played a significant role in this. And I chair something called the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group. It's a group of MPs and senators of all parties who work to support Ukraine. And I've advocated with the Prime Minister, with ministers, that we do everything possible to ensure Ukraine wins, alongside our allies in Europe and the United States and elsewhere in the world. So Canada is a global leader in supporting Ukraine. Like, as Canadians, if you care about this issue, I personally think we should all care about this issue because it's the right thing to do to support the Ukrainians, but also because it's in our interest to support the Ukrainians, for all the reasons I said. Canada's provided about $10 billion in support to Ukraine since 2 years ago, since February 2022. About $2.5 billion of that, almost, is military assistance. So it comes in the form of tanks, rockets. I was just with the Minister of Defense the other day here in Etobicoke. We announced that we're sending about $100 million worth of drones to Ukraine, the kind you may have seen like on your social media or on the news or whatever, the kind that can be used for reconnaissance, like surveillance and infrared surveillance and that sort of stuff, but also they can be used to drop munitions. So Canada's providing about $100 million of those drones. That's the latest. But we've provided hand grenades, munitions, also non-lethal equipment, tourniquets to help wounded soldiers, and winter clothing, and everything you can imagine that a military would need in a fight like this, Canada's been trying to provide. We've provided financial aid we provided about $5 billion in financial aid. That's either loans or grants to Ukraine so that they can spend it on what they need, whether that's military equipment or humanitarian equipment, or paying their civil servants. Imagine what it costs to prosecute a war against Russia. Like, Ukraine's deficit is massive, right? And so they need that. Canada has provided the largest amount of financial aid to Ukraine of any country per capita, of any country in the world. And we can be proud of that. We've provided humanitarian aid, about $350 million, separate from what I just said. We've imposed sanctions, much stiffer sanctions, right, including on Putin and some of his family members and government officials. And we've welcomed about 200,000 people fleeing the war in Ukraine. And many of them have come here to Etobicoke. And some of your families may have helped host those people or support those people. And if they have, I thank you for that. And we're working with other countries to do that as well. So these steps, I think as Canadians, we can be really proud of. And they've come because Canadians have supported support for Ukraine. Like, we live in a democracy, right? And this only happens if people like you and others in Canada say, we want Canada to support Ukraine, for all the reasons I've talked about. But the honest reality is, it won't be enough, in my view, until Ukraine wins, until it achieves what I call a decisive victory. People ask me all the time, how's this war going to end? When does it end? I want it to end. But if it ends today, with Russia holding about 20% to 25% of Ukraine's territory, who wins? Who's won the war? Russia's won, right? It's killed countless civilians, it's committed genocide, it's violated the international rules-based order, and it's gotten away with it again, just like it did in 2014. And let's remember, Russia did this in 2008 with a country called Georgia, and the world's response was, again, not firm enough. We didn't get Russia to pull out, right? So Russia did this in 2008, got away with it. 2014, they got away with it. 2022, we're now in 2024. Are we going to let them get away with it? We can't. We just can't, right? Small price now or bigger price later. And I will say also that, I had a chance to talk with a couple of young gentlemen who are representing Great Britain here today at the Model UN. But I see the signs of the countries here, right? Great Britain's a great example, but there are many. Most of the countries that are represented here have been strong supporters of Ukraine. They've sent money, they've sent equipment, they've imposed sanctions, they put pressure on Putin, they've done all kinds of stuff. Why? I had a chance to speak with the Japanese ambassador just last week. The Japanese are also supporting Ukraine. Japan's not geographically close to Ukraine. Why is Japan supporting Ukraine? Because they understand that if Russia wins, that we're all less safe. We're all more vulnerable. The international rules-based order that you talked about has been violated, and we've allowed a country to get away with it. And it'll be a much more dangerous world, and we're all more at risk of having to defend ourselves against Russia's aggression or the aggression of other dictators who might choose to violate the borders of their neighbors. So bottom line, it won't be enough, in my view, until Ukraine achieves a decisive victory, which to me is ensuring Ukraine wins the war, which means recapturing every inch of its territory. That includes Crimea. Anything short of that is a Russian victory. Let's be frank. Anything short of Ukraine recapturing all its territory is a Russian victory. But it also means ensuring Ukraine wins the peace. Right? The victory isn't complete when Ukraine recaptures all its territory. Ukraine has to rebuild that country. There has to be justice for Russian war crimes. Those people who've committed genocide and war crimes in Ukraine, who've deported children from their parents, like taken them from their parents and tried to re-educate them, those people need to face punishment. Because if they don't, what happens? If we don't make sure there's justice, what happens? Who has a thought? At the back with a hat. Yeah. Oh, you both got hats. On my right, on your left. It'll happen again. Folks, it'll happen again. What's the purpose of the UN if not to prevent war crimes and genocide and violations of international law and human suffering and famine and inflation from happening? Right? Like, why are you all here? Why does the UN exist? There are other reasons for the UN, of course. But my point is, these are existential issues, not just for the people of Ukraine, but for the people of the world. And so we need to make sure Ukraine rebuilds. We need to make sure that there's justice. And I think Russia should pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine. They should pay. The Russian government should pay. Anyway, my point to you, if there's one thing that I want to leave you with, is the thought that this matters to us. Ukrainians are fighting for all of us, not just for themselves. And the only option that's acceptable, to my view, to Canada and to countries around the world is a decisive Ukrainian victory. Because a Ukrainian victory is not only the right thing to do, the humane and the moral thing to do, ensuring that, but it's also critical to our security, to our economy, and to our freedom here in Canada in the years to come. So I want to thank you all for listening. I hope that helps inform your thoughts, your discussions. If you have questions in the future, I know we're not going to do questions now, but in the future, if any of you guys want to reach out to me, email, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, please reach out, and happy to chat, or if you want to meet or have a telephone call and talk about it, I'd love to hear from you. Before I leave you, I will just say I'm going to leave with Mr. Donatelli. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gift for all of you. This is a bit of a surprise, so I don't mean to surprise you, Dominic, but we're just going to leave you with a big Canadian flag and little Canadian flag pins for all the students here. And if like we've got, I think 100, 150. If we're short, let us know and we'll send you some more. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for participating in this. And let's keep going out there and making a difference. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, MP Baker. If you were selected for a photo, please come down to the front of the stage with your placard.
A quick reminder to all delegates that in order for all delegates to get a chance to make a point of information during an amendment or come up to the mic on the floor, the chair will prioritize countries that did not get the chance to speak at the mic on the floors today. No matter what the order is, even if you come first, if you have a chance to talk a lot yesterday, the chair will prioritize country that comes after and if they're in the back. Thank you. And now we will be moving into roll calls. And when your country is called, please raise your placard. Let's begin. I would like to remind delegate that we are taking our last photo with MP Baker. If you're not taking a photo, please settle down in your seats. Thank you. Delegates, can you please settle down so we can begin with our roll calls, please? Again, another note that at MUN, we would like to give all delegates a chance to be able to participate. So if you're going up to make a point of information and you have gotten the chance to speak a lot yesterday, the chair will pick someone else who did not get the chance to speak yesterday, no matter what order you came in, even if you're in the front or in the back. And without further ado, let's begin with roll calls.
We will now proceed with roll calls. When your delegation is called, please raise your placard. Albania. Albania has a roll call to play. Thank you, Albania. Australia, thank you. Bangladesh, thank you. Belgium, Bhutan, thank you. Brazil, Cambodia, Canada. Canada has a roll call to play.
I've got Canada in my pocket, a little bit of history. A penny and a nickel and a quarter and a dime mean a lot to you and me. It's more than pocket money, they're the symbols of our land. They're pictures of important things for which this country stands.
Kiki, do you love me? He's in love with the sound of his own voice and his own. and I need you, and I'm down for you always.
Canada, Croatia, Cuba, Czech Republic, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Denmark, Egypt. Egypt has a roll call to play. Thank you, Egypt. Ecuador. Ecuador has a roll call to play.
Hello, and welcome to the Ecuador. My name is Gustavo, but you can call me Gus.
Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot. Bombs away, blowing up the White House on the list. I need it right now. Shimmy, y'all, put me in the box.
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl with yellow feathers in her hair and a dress cut down her there. She would merengue and do the and do the cha-cha. And while she tried to be a star, Tony.
Thank you, Ecuador. Finland. Finland has a roll call to play.
So what's the first thought about Finland? I don't even know where Finland is.
No, chocolate. They're very good. They have a good education system.
Good.
I bet the women there are nice. That's
Karjala soi, kaikki tietää sen. Säkkijärven polkkaa. Tule tyttöni kanssani tanssi, kun polkkani herkäsi helkähtää.
Thank you, Finland. France. France has a roll call to play. Thank you, France. Germany? Germany has a roll call to play. Thank you, Germany. Hungary? Iceland? Iceland has a roll call to play.
Hey Mamoon Gang, just a quick update. We were just hanging out when Denmark came out of nowhere and started hating on hit Icelandic sensation, Laufey. What is there to hate? Laufey is our beautiful shining star. They're just mad because we separated from them in 1944. Well, old buddy, we are thrive-ins. Can't bring me down, I'm on a high right now. I'm living my best life and you can't take that away from me. And that D stands for democracy. Hashtag oldest parliament in the world that still exists today. And Laufey is awesome.
I've done the math, there's no solution, we'll never last. Why can't I let go of it?
Thank you, Iceland. India? India has a roll call to play.
As the pawns and knights maneuvered through the chessboard, creating tension during a game, the king knew it was almost time to make a move, but he could not do this without the protection of his pieces and the strategy of his players. Thus, the king asked himself, am I the master of the game because I am the king? Or am I the king because I am the master of the game? Before the king used his royal authority and the skilled tactics of his knights and bishops, the opponents questioned the king. Can you still protect your kingdom from checkmate? The king replied, if I couldn't foresee the opponent's moves, I might have a little trouble. But would you lose? Nah, I'd win.
Scary now sacrifice, White sacrifices the queen.
Thank you, India. Indonesia? Ireland? Ireland has a roll call to play.
I'm Irish. Ask me any question. You're Irish? I'm from Ireland. How many beers have you put down in your lifetime? In my lifetime, 400 million. That's the standard.
Perhaps you went out drinking and you're hurting pretty good. This morning's got you feeling like you never thought you would. You've tried it all from Tylenol to vitamins and more, but I'll let you in on something that'll cure it all for sure. I said it's beer for breakfast, the hangover remedy, the only one that's guaranteed to end your misery. You know I've heard a lot of different
猫金鱼猫小鸭鸭，学问
温刚刚好。婆婆睡来做泡泡，今天真是美妙。大声唱歌扭扭腰，我爱嬉笑。
Down here in Texas, it's beer for breakfast.
Thank you, Ireland. Israel? Italy? Italy has a roll call to play.
Stamattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Stamattina mi sono alzato.
Italy, a nation where history unfolds like a captivating novel, and the echoes of ancient civilizations resonate throughout time. From the iconic architecture of Rome, such as the Colosseum or the Pantheon, to the picturesque canals of Venice.
Amidst these historical marvels, savor the essence of Italy in its delectable cuisine, including many pastas with funny names, delicious pizzas, incredible seafood, and more. Hold on, I think I forgot something.
You little plumbing.
Thank you, Italy. Japan? Japan has a roll call to play. Thank you, Japan. Luxembourg? Malaysia? Mexico? Mexico has a roll call to play. Thank you, Mexico. Morocco? Republic of the Union of Myanmar? New Zealand? Nigeria? Norway? Pakistan? Pakistan has a roll call to play.
I love Pakistan. I will sacrifice my life for Pakistan. लावा मजबूरी नू आन जान दी पसूड़ी नू जहर बने हाँ तेरी पी जावा मैं पूरी नू आना सी ओ नहीं आया दिल बांग बांग मेरा टकराया कागा बोल के दस जावे.
Thank you, Pakistan. State of Palestine. People's Republic of China. The PRC has a roll call to play.
No, China's top diplomat has warned
The
that any
tensions
step
between
towards
China and the
Taiwan's
United States are
independence
now drawing
will be
the Philippines.
Used a floating barrier installed by China to prevent fishing boats entering a contested part of the South China Sea.
中国，我们国家好大。中国，我们国家好漂亮。中国，我们钱也多。美国，美在哪里啦？美国，你的人都讨厌你呀。美国，你的朋友都不想帮你了。美国，先看好自己吧，你以后越来乱的都像一个仓库一样了。西方的人都说中国不好，总是说中国人都很贫穷呀。但是我们的国家是第一强呀。
You're in second.
看我们南中国海美国总是说你们不像我在这里钓鱼多么强横啊，为什么你们不坚强呀？我们都知道弱者没有发言权。
Thank you, PRC. Poland, Saudi Arabia, Singapore. Singapore has a roll call to play. Thank you, Singapore. Somalia. Somalia has a roll call to play.
Hello, everyone. My name is Barack Obama, and today I will be telling you about Somalia.
Somalia is a country located on the east coast of Africa with a population of 17 million people.
The capital is Mogadishu.
And people mainly speak Somali and Arabic there.
Did you know Somalia has the largest coastline on Africa's mainland?
Oh, and don't forget, Obama, that they have an amazing culture and great food.
That is true, Joe.
They got sore, which is really popular, and muffo, which is made from corn flour dough, and so much more. Yahoo!
Right on, Mario. Anything you want to add, Elon?
Yeah, I just wanted to say Somalia is amazing and a beautiful country. I hope Martingrove Collegiate Institute has an amazing UN session today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for listening, and have a great day.
Thank you, Somalia. South Africa, Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea has a roll call to play. Thank you, Republic of Korea. Spain, Sri Lanka, Sweden. Sweden has 2 roll calls to play.
As the shopper struggled to build his table, he asked Sweden, "Are your people happy despite IKEA's useless instructions? Or are IKEA's instructions useless despite your happiness?" Unfazed, Sweden asked the shopper if he would fail to build the table. With a look of determination, the shopper decided, "Nah, I'd win."
Blah, blah, blah.
Global positioning system.
How dare you?
Thank you, Sweden. Switzerland, Thailand. Thailand has 1 roll call to play. Pardon me. Thank you, Thailand. The Netherlands, Russian Federation. The Russian Federation has a roll call to play.
I be popping bottles, sparkles and champagne. VIP my section, royalty looking sexy, you know that be my thing.
Toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet, skibbity toilet.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Jamaica, Uganda, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates. The UAE has a roll call to play.
يا حبيبي يا شفيعي يا رسول الله بأمي وأبي فديتك سيدي صلاة وسلام عليك يا نبي حبيبي يا
Thank you, United Arab Emirates. United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has a roll call to play.
Down at the pub with a pint of lager. Empire we will conquer. Raining havoc, gonna call the coppers. Your country's our cannon fodder. We got them all, you see. Round up the colonies. You're all just wannabes. Ungrateful progeny. Puns and mythology. History's a comedy. Better trade policy. We got the sovereignty.
China's not prime Colombojo. With rap just so-so. Can't stop a flow though. Hong Kong was ours, now a no-go. Top 15 countries. Call us Mojo. Take off in the ring like Frodo. We'll make you extinct like the dodo.
Pulling up in the Aston Martin. We can split built like a Spartan. EU's gone with pot and you're obsolete, but you're out like a flame, no sparking. You're caught in all this dead around, big fuss. Troubles to you are like nothing to us, cause we carry the world on our back at less.
Gonna write you a new constitution. Call in shots you'll hide while we're shooting. Jack will rip you like you're a union. Why don't you cry me a river now, please? We'll mock you up like Spencer's. Where's your belt? You need suspenders. EU, you're not a member. And Ukraine, we will defend her.
India, the crown jewel. You left, that's not cool. You listen to Gandhi, you're brainless like zombies. Now your lives are cruel. You call that spice? Our tiki masala will do you up nice. You'll come back thrice. Serve you a plate with naan, no rice.
Opposite of rules, call that Megan. You got your hand out begging. Give your nightmares bedwetting. Call you Henry, 6 wives beheading. We got the brains and the brawn. The wood is up on. You are enemy winning. How splendid is you should like Kennedy. Come carry on.
When it comes to empires, we're number one.
We'll conquer your country just for fun.
Try to stand up to us and you'll be done.
We've been at the top since World War I.
Fighting the trenches.
You're all just desperate.
Free world, we let it.
We earn the credit.
Call that
a
full English Brexit.
Thank you, United Kingdom. United States of America. The United States of America has a roll call to play.
To those who would tear the world down, we will defeat you. To those who seek peace and security, we support you. And to all those who have wondered if America's beacon still burns as bright, tonight we proved once more that the true strength of our nation comes not from the might of our arms or the scale of our wealth, but from the enduring power of our ideals, democracy, liberty, opportunity, and unyielding hope.
Thank you, USA. Vatican City. Vatican City has a roll call to play.
This time, I'm still into you. I should be over all the butterflies, but I'm into you. And baby, even on the worst nights, I'm into you. Let 'em wonder how we got this.
Thank you, Vatican City. Vietnam. That concludes roll calls for today. Before we start the second day of our conference, I would like to remind delegates that our Security Council will be taking place after break. Day 2 of the MMUN conference is now in session. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from Singapore.
Point of motion? Is that implied? Motion to open Resolution 004.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, Australia. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Ecuador. At this time, I'd like to please call up the speaker in favor, Australia. Please approach the podium. Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor.
Australia is all for opening this resolution. Why? Well, a majority of the world lives in cities. Cities produce the most emissions and consume the most energy. Therefore, it is in all of our best interest to put greater emphasis on smart and clean cities. Good public transit is the building block of effective cities, environmentally and economically. Any investments we put into cities will give back even more in the future. Finally, with transportation, getting better public transportation means that the economy will also be benefited. This is why we should discuss developing smart cities today. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Can the speaker against, Ecuador, please approach the podium?
While the delegation of Ecuador does believe that smart cities are an important part of urban environments and countries as a whole, we do not believe that the UN Assembly at this time should talk about smart cities, as this is largely a regional issue and should not be discussed on a global stage. Furthermore, there are more pressing matters in your dossiers that include things such as false information, which was brought up yesterday, generative AI use, as well as workers' safety rights. So that's all we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution 004. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With a minority in favor, this motion fails. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from the People's Republic of China.
Point of parliamentary inquiry?
Granted.
What will happen to GA003 considering that we did not actually finish voting on whether or not it should pass yesterday?
If there is a motion to reopen GA Resolution 003 and the vote passes, we will debate it.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Indonesia.
Motion to open Resolution 010.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, Czech Republic. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Cambodia. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker, Czech Republic.
So the Czech Republic believes that AI and generative AI will be essential for the development of every single economy in this country. However, we also believe that we should discuss what is the proper way to educate people and to use this tool.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Can the speaker against Cambodia please approach the podium?
The Cambodian delegation does not believe that this resolution is one of the more important ones for the MMUN Assembly, seeing as to how there are resolutions pertaining to people's lives, the LGBTQ issues in Uganda and Nigeria, and issues regarding hunger and energy poverty. We believe that there are more imperative causes that needs to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution 10. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With a majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on GA Resolution 010. Can the submitter of the resolution, Albania, please approach the podium?
Aware of the exponential rise in the popularity of generative artificial intelligence, a technology that can generate various types of data, such as images and text, based on generative models with a significant increase in 2023, seeing the Philippines, Singapore, and Canada holding the highest search volumes per 100,000 population in text-based generative artificial intelligence that year. Noting with deep concern that the development of such technology has utilized the intellectual property of artists, authors, and other creatives to train generative artificial intelligence without consent, infringing on copyright laws.
Alarmed by the dangerous public risk of generative artificial intelligence, such as misinformation of the public from illegitimate news created by such artificial intelligence, and the distribution of unmoderated harmful content generated by such technologies, interfering with the media literacy of the public. Cognizant of the ethical concerns posed by generative artificial intelligence, such as job displacement, privacy issues posed by the data collected necessary for the training of such technologies, and the manipulation of public opinion during political campaigns.
Recognizing that generative artificial intelligence can have positive industrial applications, such as streamlining repetitive tasks and significant economic potential. Desiring the initialization of an international or large-scale plan to regulate the utilization and development of generative artificial intelligence.
1. Encouraging all nations to increase their funding of the regulation of artificial intelligence to at least 1% of their gross domestic product by 2035. 2. Supports the development of a global education program regarding generative AI by A, providing media literacy education to vulnerable populations, and B, implementing programs in elementary schools worldwide. 3. Calls for the establishment of a sector in the United Nations AI advisory body regarding the ethical and safe development and use of generative artificial intelligence. 4. Stresses the beneficial possibilities of generative AI if developed and monitored properly. 5. Calls upon member states to create guidelines for generative AI training material to prevent the infringement of intellectual property.
Thank you, Albania. At this time, I would like to remind delegates that the paging system and speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages. I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution, Thailand. Please approach the podium.
Just waiting. Start? Okay.
This. Okay. Go ahead, Thailand.
Hello, Madam President, Vice President, and distinguished delegates. For the past few years, AI has evolved so much and has become imperative to many people's lives. We support the submitter, Albania, in this resolution, and we believe every country should share this settlement. In Thailand, generative AI is being used by millions of people in their daily lives. As stated by the submitter, it can work to aid in coming generations and vulnerable demographics in literacy and learning skills by acting as a tutor. It can provide help for the user and track their progress, aiding them in developing their skills while detailing solutions to their errors. Generative AI can be highly beneficial for many industries, such as creative arts, generating new models to decrease time spent on styles such as stop motion and 3D animation. Healthcare is another industry by aiding in drug discovery and medical imaging. However, these benefits do come with concerns due to the production of harmful content and infringements of intellectual property, which have been reported by the general public. These issues can be combated by implementing laws intended to regulate what type of information is given to the AI to generate content. Said laws against using someone's intellectual properties without permission, limiting the use of generative AI for school and business use, and installing consequences for not following said laws. These guidelines can be altered by member nations, which is why Thailand asks that each and every country can agree with the resolution, as the safe development of AI can help many people. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, the United States of America. Please approach the podium.
Yeah, you just begin with the thing, and then I'll come in.
Put that there. Can I start?
Yeah.
Good morning, delegates. We as the United States negate this resolution. The resolution does not define what constitutes general artificial intelligence, leaving it open to interpretation and ambiguity. This could lead to the confusion and inconsistency in the implementation and enforcement of the resolution. When has this ever worked out? This will simply censor growth. The resolution does not address the potential negative impacts of generative AI on human rights, such as privacy, dignity, autonomy, and the freedom of expression. It also does not specify how the resolution will align with existing international human rights laws and standards. The resolution does not provide any criteria or indicators to measure the progress and impact of this regulation, education, and governance of generative AI. It also does not establish any mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation, or accountability of the resolution's implementation.
Therefore, as the delegation of the United States of America, I would urge other member states to reject this resolution. Instead, work together to develop a more comprehensive and inclusive resolution that actually addresses the challenges and opportunities with generative AI in a balanced and nuanced way. Thank you.
You're done?
Thank you, United States of America. Please take your placard. I'd now like to call the first speaker on the speakers list, Ukraine, to please approach the podium.
Hello, MMUN Assembly. Today, we are here to request the amendment of clause number 1, which states that member states should contribute 1% of GDP by 2035 to contribute to AI regulations. We, as a country that is currently under war and siege, recognize and emphasize that many countries do not have the economic means to provide 1% of their GDP to something as trivial as AI. This is an issue that centers first world countries that have the economic and social means to provide all citizens with internet and energy, something that most countries do not have. we find that lots of countries do not have stakes in this issue, and thus we find that 1% of GDP is an outrageous figure to be demanding of member states to contribute to something that may not even concern them, and something that is not a top priority when other issues such as human rights, food security, and poverty are greater concerns.
We would also like to encourage more developed countries with stronger internet influence to invest in monitoring the rising ethical concerns in the usage of AI, instead of requiring all nations to cover this issue.
Thank you, Ukraine. I recognize the delegate from India.
Point of information.
Granted.
So you say how every country should give 1% of their GDP. Instead of that, every country that's more developed and more forward in generative AI should give more. But the country that are giving less will still be vulnerable to it. They still need to defend themselves from generative AI. Let's say you're saying Ukraine for this specific situation. Let's say they make a deepfake of President Zelensky saying something against Russia. So just to defend yourself, you have to make something. You have to give something. So do you want to say anything on that?
So in a world where we're in an internet age, and the internet is it transcends country boundaries. And for the most part, these centers, these global centers for the internet and sort of this generative AI that is creating problems, ethical concerns, those are centered in countries that are, for the most part, very developed. And while this can affect, poorer countries, developing countries, it is still, we believe, the responsibility of the countries from which this propaganda, this false information is originating to deal with that information, as they are the ones that are furthering it. And also, we want to acknowledge that these countries, because they have stronger economic power, we believe that it is also their responsibility to help out countries that are more vulnerable and at risk of such dangers.
Supplementary.
Granted.
So how will Ukraine ensure that countries with fewer resources can still engage in AI regulation discussions if financial contributions are not required?
So I think that at the moment we are grossly overstating the need to discuss AI. There are many more pressing issues in the world facing developing countries. So like I said, human rights, poverty, food insecurity, and I think that as an international community, we need to first prioritize those human rights, the very basic things that humans need to survive, over something like generative AI, which, while is a concern, we do not believe is as important as that.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize the delegate from the Republic of Korea.
Point of information.
Granted.
How does the delegation of Ukraine suggest that we enforce that developed countries, which have, as you say, a stronger internet influence, invest in the monitoring of the rising ethical concerns regarding generative AI?
This resolution, as the UN, we cannot force countries to do what they do not want to do, but we are strongly encouraging them to, and we believe that countries like the USA, China, that have this kind of stronger influence, we strongly encourage them, and we encourage the rest of the Assembly to hold those countries accountable on the global stage if they are not taking measures to enforce this.
Supplementary.
Granted.
As you're proposing to remove the specific 1% of the GDP, isn't this striking the clause entirely instead of amending it?
No, because we are simply removing the specific number associated with the clause. However, we are still retaining the fact that we are still encouraging countries to contribute some of their financial sort of income, whatever, to the development of monitoring AI.
Thank you.
Recognize the delegate from Indonesia. Granted.
Instead of completely removing the 1% GDP contribution from lesser developed nations, could a portion of it be used for capacity building in these developing nations to help them better understand and manage AI technologies?
Hello? Oh, sorry. We believe that AI is not nearly 1% of GDP is a huge amount if we think about it practically, and a lot of countries don't even have the financial means to feed all their citizens, to house, to clothe all their citizens. So despite the concern around generative AI, it is not yet at a point where it is developed or relevant enough on an international scale to be relevant to these countries as well when they have more important issues at hand. And while we do acknowledge that, sure, we do want the entire world to kind of continue to further themselves in these technological areas, some countries are simply too far behind for that to be a feasible thing to make them contribute 1% of their GDP to.
Do you have a supplementary?
Supplementary?
Granted.
Would Ukraine be open to a phased approach? So like parts or portions of that 1% would be given to lesser developed countries every single year. Or I mean dedicated from them.
I'm assuming that the delegate is referring to more developed countries contributing a portion of their 1%. I'm not entirely sure. However, we do encourage other more developed countries to help financially with these developing countries when it comes to any kind of financial burden that they may face.
Thank you.
Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the amendment, Ukraine, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly?
Will the submitter of the resolution, Albania, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this amendment passes. I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, Australia. Please approach the podium.
Sorry, we're just grabbing the country placard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shawnee, hurry. Are we gonna?
Good day, mate. We would like to amend Clause 1 to say, encourages all nations with reasonable technological developments to increase their funding of the regulation of artificial intelligence to at least 0.4% of their GDP by 2035.
Thank you, Australia. I recognize the delegate from Sweden.
How does Australia plan to, what criteria?
Please request a point.
Point of information?
Granted.
What criteria does Australia plan to use to determine which countries have reasonable technological developments and which do not?
Just say if this amendment passes, then it will be up to the UN to decide which metrics to use. If this amendment successfully passes, then it will be up to the UN and the countries to decide which metrics to use, but some examples are like countries that have a reasonable amount of technology integrated in their daily life, or we could go by GDP or the economy of countries.
Supplementary? Supplementary? What is a reasonable amount of technology integrated into their daily lives?
Again, if this amendment passes, that would be up to the UN to decide collectively, not a single delegation.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Ecuador.
Of personal privilege?
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes, by Italy.
Would you like to elaborate, please?
The delegation of Ecuador is always looking forward and trying to connect with the younger audience. So in the interest of time, I'll say they just continue yapping at us. We feel incredibly insulted.
Sorry, who are you requesting an apology from?
Italy.
Italy, would you like to apologize?
I would not like to apologize, and I would actually like to request my own point of personal privilege for the roll call video putting poop noises over our flag. That was not appreciated.
Take him away, take him away.
Ecuador, we hope you can look past this transgression.
Excuse me, Chair. We'd like to request a point of personal privilege against Ecuador and Italy for interrupting the debate on our amendment and putting psychological stress on our endangered koalas.
Ecuador, would you like to apologize? Australia, we hope you can look past this transgression. I recognize the delegate from Palestine.
Point of information?
Granted.
Okay, so Palestine recently facing a lot of deepfakes, like from other countries like Israel, and this is a huge issue. But with the war with the war and everything, and lack of food and resources, how can we pay for this? We don't have the funds for this. So do you have a solution for us?
Well, that's the point of our amendment, is to not put undue stress on countries that are experiencing other issues and that do not have a level of technological advancement that it's one of their greatest pressing issues. And so we think this amendment agrees with your point here.
Supplementary.
Granted.
It says all nations with reasonable technological developments are to increase their funding, and you've previously stated that it's up to the UN to decide what that would mean. But wouldn't that just be pushing this issue further onto the UN? If we're here already, why not make it more detailed and a more descriptive definition for reasonable technological developments instead of just pushing the issue further?
We feel that it is not up to a single delegation in a single country to decide what that would mean for several.
Supplementary.
Denied. Seeing as we have reached the limit of points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the amendment, Australia, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Albania, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes.
You got the placard?
Hey, hold it up. Hold it. Up. You're not here. You're not the business.
I'd now like to call the last speaker on the speakers list, Finland, to please approach the podium. At this time, I would like to remind delegates how MMUNX works. There is a randomly generated number that works alongside the speaker points. If you have the same number of speaker points as another delegation, your randomly generated number will decide your spot on the list. That is from Tech Desk. Thank you. Finland, please read your amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. As the delegate of Finland, we strongly advocate for the inclusion of Clause 6 in Resolution 10. This clause is paramount in ensuring transparency and accountability in the realm of artificial intelligence. By mandating AI companies to disclose the dataset used to train their models and establish contracts with the owner of original resource, we safeguard intellectual property rights and ensure fair compensation for data contributor. This is not only promotes ethical practice, but also foster trust between AI developers and data owner, thereby strengthening the integrity of AI system and mitigating the risk of copyright violation. We urge all delegates to support the addition of Clause 6 for the collective benefits of our global community in AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. I recognize the delegate from Spain.
Point of clarification.
Granted.
Would AI developers be forced to disclose datasets to governments of countries other than the home country that the AI developers are located in?
Do you mind repeat that again?
Would AI developers be forced to disclose data sets to governments of countries other than the home country that the AI developers are located in?
We believe so. So for other countries as well, no matter where the sources are coming from, it is essential to provide contract and data sets for whatever they train for AI.
Supplementary.
Flint,
do you
granted.
believe?
Sorry.
Okay. Do you believe that this would cause an invasion of privacy for industry and encourage the loss of trade secrets among these companies?
We do not believe that. So for this clause, we are actually protecting copyright and privacy since this resources is created by others but trained to be used by AI. So we actually protect copyrights and privacy. That's what we believe.
Thank you.
Delegates, please maintain decorum on the floor. I recognize the delegate from Thailand.
Up, go up. I know. I'm telling them to go up.
Hello, I was just a point of information. Hello? Point of information.
Granted.
I was just wondering, what would be some of the regulations be to hold AI developers accountable, and who would be monitoring them?
Do you mind saying it louder? I'm sorry.
Who would be responsible for monitoring AI developers, and how would they be regulated?
I think it's more of a government thing, and also UN will be part of it to control the AI copyrights and all the laws and clauses after that.
Thank you.
Delegates, please maintain decorum on the floor. I recognize the delegate from France.
Point of information.
Granted.
How can governments, civil society organizations, and technology companies collaborate to develop holistic and effective strategies for combating false information while upholding principles of freedom of expression and democratic governance?
Do you want to say? Okay.
I think we can guarantee both things. First of all, we respect the freedom of speech, but meanwhile, the government have the regulations that we guarantee. While guarantee the freedom of speech, we can also recognize the differences between the false informations and the correct, right information. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize the delegate from the United States of America.
Point of order.
Granted.
Sorry, point of information. So in the case of regular AI developers, we want to put China in the spotlight for the alleged data stealing of TikTok and their algorithms. So what is Finland going to do in action of China and their alleged data stealing?
First of all, it's not what Finland is trying to regulate in China. This is a clause that Finland proposed for UN, including China, that for TikTok or whatever video, that we need to increase the protection for copyrights and the regulation.
Point of supplementary.
Granted.
So can we amend this amendment to put China in the spotlight, asking China to remove TikTok and conduct an investigation into China's alleged data stealing?
The delegate of Finland believes that the delegate of United States is looking a further step, which is not that emergency, and also the delegate of United States moved the conflict between the delegate of China and the delegate of United States to the UN, and wants the delegate of Finland take apart.
Supplementary?
Granted.
So it's not really a conflict that we have specifically with China, although we do, but we are talking about this. The whole resolution is about generative AI, so that is something that should be added as a clause. And since you have wanted to amend or to add a clause specifically, whereas others have wanted to strike a clause, you've wanted to specifically add a clause. So we're just looking to amend your addition to the resolution to just include TikTok and something that is very prevalent within our world today.
I don't think any connection between TikTok to our clause. That I think our clause maintain and contain the thing you require.
Do you want to ask another question? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the resolution, Finland, will the submitter of the amendment, Finland, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
We believe it's friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Albania, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. I recognize the delegate from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to break for snack until 11 a.m.
I feel that is very much in order at this time.
Delegates, please return to your seats in order for our session to resume. Thank you. Just a reminder that Security Council is happening right now in the library. If you are in the Security Council, please come to the library. Delegates, please settle down. Thank you. We will now resume our session. Delegates, please settle down. I recognize the delegate from Singapore.
Point of order.
Granted.
Request to increase the amount of amendments debated per resolution to 5.
I feel that is not in order at this time, since we still have 8 more resolutions to go through.
All right, thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Germany.
Point of order.
Granted.
Proceed to voting procedure.
I feel like that is very much in order at this time. We would now be moving into voting procedure for this resolution. And I would like to remind delegate that this is a non-privileged motion. Therefore, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the majority in favor, this resolution clearly passes. Are there any motions on the floor? Oh my. I recognize the delegate from Somalia.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open GA Resolution 006.
I feel like that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, Mexico. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Vatican City. Can the speaker in favor, Mexico, please approach the podium?
Hi.
Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor. Thank you.
Buenos dias todos. I think we should open this resolution because Mexico faces significant challenges related to energy poverty, particularly in rural and indigenous communities where access to modern energy service is limited or not existent. These communities often rely on traditional or inefficient energy sources such as wood, charcoal, or diesel generations for cooking, heating, lighting, which can have diverse health and environmental impacts. The Mexican government has implemented various initiatives to address energy poverty and promote universal access to electricity. For example, the National Crusade Against Hunger and the Program for Development of Renewable Energies in Rural Areas aim to extend electricity coverage to underserved areas through the installation of off-grid renewable energy sources such as solar panels and small wind turbines. However, challenges occur, obviously. But despite these challenges, Mexico recognized the importance of addressing energy poverty as part of its border development.
Thank you, Mexico. Can the speaker against Vatican City please approach the podium?
Bro, let me see the Okay, let me see. This one is, bro. I'm doing it. Shut up. This one, yeah. Sorry. Like, it's like for saying, like, you like putting money down. Okay. So we raised energy poverty. Yes. There you go. He's got it.
I would like to speak in against of passing this motion and starting the debate on this motion. I feel, firstly, that there is far more important motions potentially here. Energy poverty is something very subjective, and a debate on the matter would likely not yield any concrete results compared to more urgent problems. Also, I think some of the potential ideas here are very not feasible, and as such, any debate on this issue would inevitably yield no results.
God told me not to do it. That's it. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Vatican City. We will now be moving into voting procedure to open debate on GA Resolution 006. I would like to remind delegate that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With a majority in favor, we will now be opening debate on resolutions GA 006. Can the submitter of the resolution, Italy, please approach the podium? And at this time, I would like to remind delegate that the paging system and the speakers list are now open. And if you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages.
Dear the General Assembly, we know with deep regret that over 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions are a result of fossil fuel-dependent energy sources that are considerably more accessible, such as oil, coal, and gas. We also recognize that other factors such as poverty, climate change, and wars undermine the development of a country's economic growth, subsequently reverberating the energy consumption of that individual's country. Aware that the number of people without access to electricity globally increased in 2022 from around 6 million to roughly 760 million. Noting with deep concern that energy poverty increases morbidity and mortality worldwide due to exposure to inadequate indoor temperatures, deteriorating housing conditions, and financial stress.
Having considered further that about 660 million people will still lack access to electricity and close to 2 billion people will still rely on polluting fuels and technologies for cooking by 2030. Fully alarmed that between 35 billion and 40 billion USD is needed annually to reach universal electricity access between 2021 and 2030. Viewing with appreciation the effort made to reduce energy poverty within the European Union through the Social Climate Fund, urges all nations to increase their direct funding for low-income households to access sufficient energy infrastructure to at least 1.5% of their gross domestic product by 2026. Calls for all nations to tabulate a record of measures that are implementing to combat energy poverty and have a compendium of their success rate to share results and ideas with other nations.
We also urge developed countries to provide 0.5% of their GDP and all other countries to provide 0.15% of their GDP towards research to procure sustainable and accessible technology to combat global energy poverty. Strongly recommends all member states to collaborate on further research about efficient and productive methods to combat the repercussions of energy poverty. And lastly, we stress that all citizens should have the right to access stipulated energy for standard quality of living. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Italy. I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution, South Africa, please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, we live in a world that thrives on energy. This very room uses energy. It restores our livelihoods, and without it, international studies have shown that energy poverty can increase the risk of cardiovascular and respiratory diseases, hospitalizations and mortality, and the exacerbation of chronic diseases, poor health, and general mental health. Historically, many African countries have been colonized by European powers, as you know, during which their resources were often extracted and exploited to benefit these colonizers. This historical exploitation has left lasting impacts on the economic and social structures of these countries, thus impacting energy poverty, which is strong and constant throughout Africa. The presence of energy poverty has resulted in the overusing of coal to produce energy, which is also a sustainability issue, as it is an equity issue. As one of the largest powers in Africa, it is our duty to second this motion and move towards reducing energy poverty around our continent, which will affect the rest of the world and the resources our entire continent gives to you. So we urge you to support this resolution if you care about sustainability, energy poverty, and the resources that our continent gives to your country.
What we ask for isn't a lot. Energy, our world runs on electricity. Without it, that's basically almost every single human right that you're losing. What we ask for really isn't just about energy poverty, but about human rights. This is more of a social issue than economical or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Ecuador. Please approach the podium.
The delegation of Ecuador believes that no doubt energy security is a problem. Although the delegation of Ecuador also believes that there are a multitude of other problems that could be addressed first and should be addressed first, such as the immediate problem of food security for millions of people. 735 million people just in 2022 did not have secure access to food. Furthermore, we cannot know for sure if throwing money at this energy problem will solve it forever, as many of these countries do not have the infrastructure to support such a large energy investment, as well as they are in need of immediate other infrastructure such as housing, public transit, thank you, and a multitude of other things, including public health care, for one. The delegation of Ecuador believes that in your dossier, there may not be something including food, although there is other things that should be addressed first before the energy problem, as the energy problem can be addressed at a later date because there are many existing emergency procedures already in place in many places that don't have access to reliable energy. Sorry, my delegation member is talking about cartels, but that's all we have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. Now I'd like to call up the first speakers on the speakers list, the United States of America. Please approach the podium. I would now like to call up the next speaker on the speakers list, Singapore. Please approach the podium.
The delegation of Singapore would like to urge countries to aim for reliable and renewable sources of energy to combat this issue. This will provide a better long-term solution for this issue, as right now many countries are dependent on fossil fuels, and the wording of this specific resolution does not particularly urge this. Using reliable and renewable sources of energy provides a long-term solution with the added benefit of combating climate change, as that is also currently an issue that we should be thinking about. Renewable energy can also be shared and sold with less resources being lost over time. For example, Canada right now has quite an industry of selling oil, but they will eventually run out. And that is something we need to consider, as once again, this world is quite dependent on fossil fuels, and we are also going to eventually run out of that, meaning that energy poverty is not only an issue now, it will likely become more prevalent later, which is why we should combat this issue by creating more renewable sources of energy.
I recognize the delegate from India.
Point of information.
Granted.
So you're saying how countries should aim to give find a way to get reliable and renewable energy, but what about the countries that are in war, like Palestine or Ukraine?
Well, naturally, I understand that there may be other pressing issues in other countries. For some countries, this may be a more pressing issue, both now and in the long term. In addition, if this resolution is to come to pass, I would suspect that these countries would receive support in creating this technology, in gaining more resources for it.
Hello? Supplementary?
Granted.
What would you say are some reliable sources of renewable energy?
This will depend from region to region. For example, Singapore is uniquely disadvantaged in terms of, say, solar energy, because while we may have a lot of sun, we have very little land to actually have solar energy. So this will have to vary country by country, case by case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I recognize the delegate from New Zealand.
Point of information.
Granted.
How would the success of this clause be measured?
Would you like to say that?
The measure of the success, the measure of this amendment will be, the success will be measured by like statistics. For example, statistics are available for every country about their sources of energy. So if we see a shift in where their energy is coming from, for example, the solar energy, the statistic increases, that is how we will know that this amendment is successful.
Yeah, do you want?
Supplementary. Granted.
We understand that statistics are a way to measure it. What's a goal and like a reasonable time period to achieve that goal for global renewable energy percentage?
What is the goal? As of right now, I believe the UN already has goals in place in terms of renewable energy. Naturally, there may have to be adjustments made as we are working from something that might possibly be below the baseline, as this is talking about poverty. Once again, this may have to be a case-by-case basis, but I believe that perhaps the goal could be measured, sorry. But yes, sorry, could you repeat the question? My brain just completely stalled on me.
Sure. So we understand that statistics can be used to measure the success, but we are wondering if you have a specific goal in mind for the percentage of renewable energy from like a variety of sources by a certain time period?
Well, Singapore itself has the goal to be at net zero emissions by, I believe it was 2030. So ultimately the goal would likely be, yes, to reach completely on renewable resources, as once again, we are going to run out of fossil fuels eventually. Once again, countries like Singapore, we are going to need to use renewable energy in the future. This is a long-term issue that we want to solve before it becomes an issue. Does that make sense, or?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
I recognize the delegate from Saudi Arabia.
How do you propose that this is at all
Please
fair?
request for a point.
Point of information.
Granted.
Sorry. How do you propose that this is fair for various countries that have oil-based economies or economies based on non-renewable sources of energy that are developing and need these sources of energy to continue their development?
Naturally, we will have to take that into consideration. But I believe that in these countries, many of them may have the potential to become, they might be able to replace selling fossil fuels by selling renewable energy. For example, once again, some countries are uniquely disadvantaged in creating renewable energy, and they may likely, for example, Singapore right now is purchasing renewable energy from Malaysia. This energy, the renewable energy can replace the fossil fuel instead in the industry.
Supplementary?
Granted.
But why is it fair that our country should take a big hit to our economy, whereas many other countries have already used fossil fuels to a horrible extent and used them to develop? Why can't we do the same?
Well, once again, it is a long-term investment. We are not asking you to immediately make the change. You can gradually incorporate this so as to limit the repercussions to your economy. Especially because, once again, fossil fuels are going to run out eventually. You are going to have face this problem eventually. It's better that we get started now to minimize the impacts to your economy than leave it for the future generations to deal with when it's a much, much worse problem.
All right, thank you.
Seeing that we have now reached 3 points of information for this amendment, we will be moving into voting procedures for amendments submitted by Singapore. Singapore, would you indicate this is a friendly or an unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Would the submitter of this resolution, Italy, please raise your placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing that this is a friendly amendment, this amendment automatically passes.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon the next speaker on the speakers list, United States of America, to please approach the podium.
Yeah, let me read out the clause and then we'll answer some questions.
Blake, thank you, Chair. Just like that, 1 second.
Can we get our claws up on the thing? I'll just wait till they can get it. Oh my god, they're zooming in on us.
Can we start?
I think we have to wait till our cause gets up on the board. Once it does, then. Honestly, do you want to ask them? Can we go? Or are we going to get our cause up on the board? Do we have to wait for the cause to get up on the board, or can we start? Just go? Go? Okay.
Undeveloped nations may have trouble producing 1.5% of national GDP for sufficient energy infrastructure. Hence, lowering this value to 0.5% of GDP of developed nations becomes much more feasible.
Recognize the delegate from Germany.
Point of order.
Granted.
Proceed to voting procedure.
Denied. Which one?
No. Go ahead. Apa na ini kasi bicara?
Recognize the delegate from Republic of Korea.
Point of information.
Granted.
So the delegation of United States has reduced the amount of the GDP percentage of investment, but from all nations has changed it to only developed nations. What about undeveloped nations who can still maybe not invest 1.5% of their GDP, but what about them who can invest a lower percentage of their GDP?
So it was actually for developed nations will be still be giving 1.5%, whereas undeveloped nations and people people who aren't able to produce and countries who aren't able to give 1.5%, we've lowered it to 0.5. So countries like ours that are able to give 1.5% of their GDP will still have to and will still be able to, whereas countries that cannot will not have to, such as countries in war times or other things.
Supplementary.
Granted.
So was this a printing issue or a typing issue because your amendment says otherwise?
Yeah, that is definitely a typing issue, my bad. Yes, so for underdeveloped nations, we'll be reducing it from 1.5 to 0.5. However, developed nations like US, China, Russia will be maintaining it at 1.5%.
Thank you.
No problem.
I recognize the delegate from Indonesia.
Point of information.
Granted.
So Indonesia believes that energy poverty and climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time. Instead of decreasing the GDP contribution to 0.5%, do you believe that developing nations keep their contribution at 1.5%, but instead of allocating all those funds to energy poverty, they maybe transfer some funds to other areas and improving their climate?
I mean, this wouldn't really fit within the resolution that we're debating. So right now we're debating about, the first issue that you talked about. So for this issue specifically, we only feel that they should have to contribute 0.5%, whereas that would actually be debated in a different resolution.
Supplementary.
Granted.
Many developing nations have one of the most important issues in several developing nations can also be energy poverty. Don't you believe that 0.5% of GDP investment is too low, especially if nations suffers heavily from energy poverty?
Yes, it may be low, but it's not low in terms of people needing to, like if the country physically is unable to produce 1.5% of their GDP, if they are struggling, why should we, as the UN, make them have to give 1.5%? We should lower it, but as countries such as ourselves, the United States, who is able to give 1.5%, we will be giving 1.5%, so that it still is quite a large amount that is being donated. It's just that countries that like actually cannot give them 1.5% because they are struggling shouldn't have to feel the pressure of having to give that 1.5%.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I recognize the delegate from Italy.
Point of information.
Granted.
we were wondering, I'm wondering how you plan on defining what is a developed nation? What metrics are you planning on using? For instance, like Human Development Index, income per capita, GDP, etc.
Yeah, so by producing 1.5% of national GDP, we plan on donating this money into looking into researching and developing sustainable technologies and green technologies, especially for all nations across the world, especially for underdeveloped nations, especially nations like Indonesia, who are struggling with pollution. But essentially, with this money, we plan on using investing into sustainable solutions. I hope this answers your question.
What's the word? Supplementary.
Granted.
I was asking, I don't believe this really answered my question. My question was about what metrics are you using to define who is a developed nation and who is an undeveloped nation. This clarification is extremely important to your clause, as it will determine like how much an individual nation will have to pay.
Thank you. The United Nations also has a set list of developed and undeveloped nations. Particularly in this list, we're tackling and looking at key metrics such as the Happy Index, the GDP, and pollution index, and many other indexes. With this index, we can determine which nation falls under undeveloped and which nation falls under developed nations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing as we are reached our max number of points of information, we're going to move on to voting procedures now. Yeah. Will the submitter of this amendment, United States of America, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Okay. Will the submitter of the resolution, Italy, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon the next speaker on the speakers list, Brazil. Please approach the podium.
Should read the amendment.
Strike dedicates 1.5% of GDP by 2026, as countries will struggle to meet that amount, as it's difficult to allocate 1% of GDP to projects such as the military. Make sure your country's electrical grid can support your nation's demand, and invest more in expanding your grid to keep prices lower if need be.
I recognize the delegate from Bhutan.
Point of information.
Granted.
So if you go by current demand, what will you do once it increases? Won't that only lead to increased costs in the long run?
All we're saying is that countries don't need to spend 1.5% of their GDP on making sure low-income houses can access electricity. All we're saying is that if low-income houses can't access electricity because the price is high and they can't afford to have electricity. And if you expand your electrical grid, you're creating more supply, and therefore you're creating more supply to meet the demand, and therefore the demand will go down, and therefore the prices should decrease.
Supplementary. It clearly states that you want the amount invested to be based on the demand of the countries, though.
I'm pretty sure we're just saying that it's optional how much you want to spend. The sole purpose is keeping the demand down so low-income houses can afford it. We're not saying invest in an electrical grid based on the demand. We're just saying invest enough to lower the demand so low-income houses can afford
Thank you.
Electricity.
I recognize the delegate from Canada.
Point of information.
Granted.
May the delegates of Brazil explain the importance of militant needs rather than the needs of sufficient energy for low-income housing. Various countries such as Pakistan, Philippines, and Africa are in no need of military resources.
We're just using military investments as a comparison. Take NATO countries, for example. They're some of the most well-off countries in the world generally, and they already struggle to find 1.5% of their GDP to spend on military. We're just using that as a comparison.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Palestine.
Point of information.
Granted.
I agree that the spending of 1.5% of the GDP is very expensive for a lot of countries, and that is not realistic. But countries like Ukraine, which is going through war, is receiving a lot of support from the West, from countries like the United States, whereas Palestine isn't receiving the same level of support. And a lot of our energy grid is currently being destroyed by Israel. So even if we do put in that money and invest in our energy grid, it would end up being destroyed by Israel anyways. So we're just wondering that instead of, why strike this a clause instead of amending it to instead create a fund or something where it's spread out based on need, and instead of just investing in your own country?
My apologies. I don't think we were clear. We just want to strike the part of the clause that says dedicate 1.5% of your GDP to make sure low-income households can access electricity. This amendment is not meant for wartime use. Obviously, civilian infrastructure is bound to get destroyed by countries who are violating international law. Our apologies, we weren't clear enough. We just want to strike the dedicate 1.5% of your GDP to improving electrical good.
Supplementary.
Granted.
I understand that you said that this amendment isn't for wartime use, but the fact is that there are countries currently going through war now, and there will be countries facing war in the future. And so that kind of suggests that this amendment isn't really future-proof or even present-proof. So I just don't understand why you would want to strike this and get rid of it, the development at all.
It's not meant for wartime. When there's peace, if you have low-income households who struggle to access energy, invest as much as you like into keeping prices low, so low-income households can afford energy. So I may not make this clear. It's not meant this amendment's not meant to be in place during wartime. It's just to keep prices low so low-income households can afford energy.
Supplementary.
Denied. Okay, so I'd like to remind delegations that the point system is in order. So if your delegation has spoken multiple times, you are less likely to be picked. We urge delegations that have not approached the aisle mic to please do so for future amendments. This being said, the max has been reached. So will the submitter of the amendment, Brazil, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
This amendment is friendly.
Oh, sorry. What do I say?
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay, so seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we'll now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I'd like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against, please raise your placards. Okay, good. All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails. Okay. Wait. I'd now like to call upon the last speaker that will be taking from the speakers list, Somalia, to please approach the podium. Also, I'd like to remind all delegates to please remain decorum. Thank you.
Our amendment is to add a sixth clause, due to which the United Nations recognizes the urgent need to address energy poverty in developing countries, including Somalia. Member states shall facilitate technology transfer, financial support, and capacity building for the development and deployment of renewable energy sources tailored to the needs of energy-poor regions. This enhances access to clean, reliable energy to promote sustainable development and strengthen resilience to climate change impacts. This clause benefits Somalia and other countries facing energy poverty by providing access to clean and reliable energy sources, which is essential for improving living standards, advancing education and healthcare, and fostering economic growth. It also reduces dependence on costly and environmentally harmful fossil fuels, thereby enhancing energy security and promoting environmental sustainability. So, strengthening international cooperation and solidarity in addressing global energy challenges and advancing the principles of equity, inclusivity, and sustainable development outlined in the United Nations Agenda of 2030. Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Korea.
Mic's not working. Point of information?
Granted.
So you've suggested, or the delegation of Somalia has suggested, financial support for the development and deployment of renewable energy solutions. Do you have a specific number or percentage of GDP that you believe all nations should contribute?
We do not.
The nation of Somalia believes that such a number could be created with the help of the UN and with the collaboration of other UN member states. We also believe that such an arbitrary number cannot be applied to all nations, as there are nations under war times and other certain difficulties therein that cannot be applied. Therein, the idea of a specific number or a number at all should be considered with the recognition of other states to their individual basis.
Supplementary.
Granted.
How will how are member states that are stricken with energy poor regions provide support to other nations when they are dealing with the same problem?
So obviously, with the goal of the UN being recognized, member states can provide help however they can. Obviously, financial aid is preferred, but any sort of aid, be it locational aid, residential aid, whatever aid it can be. The idea is we work together to tackle energy poverty issues and we work together as a group to make sure that we can fight these issues.
Thank you.
I would like to remind delegates that the point system is in order. So if your delegation has come up multiple times to speak, that means you are less likely to get picked. That being said, I recognize the delegate from Denmark.
Point of information.
Granted.
Will countries, more developed countries like China and the US be made to donate more percentage of their GDP to help these less developed countries?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize the delegates from Spain.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification.
Granted.
When you say that specific energy needs are going to be tailored to these energy poor regions, who would determine what needs are specific to the conditions?
The UN.
Okay.
Supplementary.
Granted.
Who would validate these claims to make sure that these demands are not being abused by these asking countries?
Once again, the UN.
Thank you.
I would like everyone to raise their placards nice and high. Ecuador's come up. France come up. France is scratched out. I recognize the delegates from UK.
Point of information.
Granted.
So what system are you implying that we will implement to create a need-based system for the developing countries that need this? Are we talking about a council of the UN? Are we talking about utilizing a department to facilitate claims? Is this like something that are the developed countries providing support on specific projects, or is it just a overall one-time donation sort of thing?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
So what system of implementation will be employed to facilitate like developed nations, helping developing nations deal with energy poverty under this? Like, will it be developing nations proposing projects they specifically need financial aid on, or will it be just a general one-time donation to help with these projects?
The Environmental Council.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing that there have been 3 points of information on the floor, we will now be moving into voting procedures on this amendment. Will the submitter of this amendment, Somalia, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of this resolution, Italy, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing that this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing that we've reached a maximum number of speakers on the speakers list. What? Okay, I recognize the delegates from Ecuador.
Come on, Ecuador.
Please make your point, Ecuador.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open General Resolution 004.
Wait your turn, please. We have to vote on the resolution first.
Point of personal privilege. Not
Do you
against the
feel
chair.
insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes, by Mexico. We received a very insulting page. May I read it?
Sure.
Let me read it.
This is good. This is good.
Please take one. It starts off by saying, Viva Mexico puto. It says, Chinga a la madra. And then it says, you're just mad, go cry to your mama if you got one. Also learn how to write properly.
All right, let's go. Let's get Mexico.
For the record, this was in response to a page we wrote in which we said nothing more than skibbity toilet Ohio Riz Giat Phantom Tax. So we feel very insulted.
Would you like an apology from Mexico, or do you want to see
Yes.
them kicked out instead?
Kicked out. Both, if possible.
It's fine. Is it- It's fine. Okay. So now we're voting on resolution 006. GA006. I'd like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing that there's a majority in favor, this resolution clearly passes. I recognize the delegates from Republic of Korea.
I'd like to request a point of personal privilege. I'd like to request a point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes, the Republic of Korea feels insulted by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as at break we noticed that some of the water bottles had their security seals missing, and we feel that this was a direct attack on the delegates of the Republic of Korea.
Delegates, please remain decorum. Okay. Will the Democratic People's Republic of Korea like to apologize? Republic of Korea, I hope you can look past this transgression. I recognize the delegate from the Netherlands.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open Resolution 008.
I feel that it's very much an open in this time.
Thank you.
Can I have a speaker in favor of opening GA Resolution 008? Pakistan? No, I think Pakistan. No, but like everyone else is crossed out. Literally. Is everyone crossed out? Thank you, Pakistan. Can I have a speaker against? Okay. Vatican City's check marked. Thank you, Vatican City. I'd like to request the delegate from Pakistan to please approach the podium. For what?
Passed. It passed. Yeah.
The delegate from Pakistan has to approach the podium and speak on opening 008.
Wait, where's the? Are you following this?
Yeah. Can I have a speaker in favor? Can I have a speaker against? And then we vote on opening it, and then yeah, and then this. So
Sorry, we didn't mean to put up the thing. We didn't mean to go up.
So do you not want to speak on 008?
No.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Please go back to your seat. This guy is like, I don't want to do it. I recognize a delegate from Germany to speak in favor.
No, it's a point of order.
Okay, can I have a speaker in favor of opening 008? I recognize the delegates from South Africa. It's fine, right? Who is against it? Vatican City.
As many of you may or may not know, South Africa is actually
Yes,
a
please
leader.
remain decorum.
Thank you, President. Yes. As many of you may or may not know, South Africa is actually a leader when it comes to safe working conditions. Therefore, we feel incredibly strongly that this topic needs to be discussed, as we see so many countries where, frankly, the working conditions are just atrocious. I mean, I believe all of you have seen China, for example, and clips of places in China where the working conditions are just truly terrible. I mean, how many people die on the job every single day because of complete neglect from their countries in setting up proper working conditions? So this is why we believe that this debate needs to be opened up and this needs to be addressed, because there's too many lives that have been lost. I'd like to hand over to my other delegate.
Yeah, and also some of just kind of a personal reason of why we South Africa really want it, because we've got pretty good labor laws right now. We really want our citizens and our workers to be happy. We also want everyone around us to be happy, because our competitors are making too much money off of this labor that's not all good, and we want as much money as we can get.
Let's not punish countries with safe labor laws. Thank you.
I would like to call up now the speaker against Vatican City. This is a reminder again to delegates to please remain decorum.
I am here today to say, as Vatican City is here today to go against opening up regarding safe and just working conditions. As, for example, right here, I'm not really getting paid for my work. I'm a pope. I think it's totally fine not to get paid if you're doing what you like. And I'm saying this on my nondescript book that has nothing to do with any other topics that could possibly harm other people's opinions right now. And in saying this, I just don't think, Vatican City just doesn't think we should open it up now. I'll bring it over to my cardinals over here.
Another big issue with opening this amendment is that there are no real concrete plans besides the somewhat outrageous 0.3% of GDP allocation to worker programs, and as such, there would be a lot of debate for really no reason, as there is, in the amendment, there are 3 claims that are absolutely useless and will do nothing because they cannot be enforced, and 1 claim that is so ridiculously outrageous that nobody would ever agree to. And as such, I believe it's a waste of time to bother even discussing this amendment. I yield my time to the chair.
Great, go. Come on, let's go.
We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution 008. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. Okay. All those in favor of opening? 3, 6. That was quick. All those against? Seeing that there is a tie, we will now be calling for a revote. All those in favor of opening debate? All those against? Okay, seeing that there is a majority in favor, this motion passes. Okay. Can the submitter of this resolution... Can the submitter of this resolution, Mexico, please come up to speak to the podium? Oh, Okay, I would like to now request Denmark to please read the resolution. This is bad. This is bad.
What's bad? It's okay.
Oh, Mexico's back now? It's fine. Okay, would the delegate from Mexico please like to speak or no?
Okay. The General Assembly deeply concerned that work-related incidents and disease are directly responsible for 2.78 million deaths annually and 374 million non-fatal incidents annually. Alarmed by the lack of fair competition for workers, noting that 700 million people live in moderate or extreme poverty despite having employment. The lack of corporate accountability management that neglects the well-being of employees and insufficient labor laws have contributed to the development of sweatshops globally. Recognizing that long working hours contributed to 750,000 deaths annually and subject workers to both mentally and physically fatal. Noting that deeply concerned that hazardous substances cause 651,000 deaths every year, and that these deaths can be mitigated by increased worker training, more comprehensive personal protective equipment, stricter regulations, and government support for workers. Noting that with regret that exposure to air pollution, including toxic gases, fumes, and is responsible for 450,000 deaths annually. Sorry, guys, I have not prepared for this. Fully aware that in recent years, from 2016 to 2020, the incidence of death from stroke and heart disease have increased by 19 and 41% respectively, and that these deaths are linked to long working hours and escalating physical stress in modern workplaces. Further, noting that distribution of deaths related to hazardous worker condition in that approximately 65% work-related mortality occurs in Asia, 11.8% in Africa, 11.7% in Europe, 10.9% in the Americans, and 0.6% in Oceania. Do I read the whole thing? Like, from here, like all of that? All of it? Oh my gosh. Recognizing that the majority of the UN member states lose 4 to 6% of their GDP to work-related health issues. Deeply distributed that in 2020, 160 million children were in child labor, 79 million of which were engaged in hazardous work. One urges nations to develop new labor laws or reaffirm existing ones. Two, calls for allocation of 0.3% of GDP into worker training and protection programs to be used for the following purposes in coordinates with the nation's specific needs. Condemns that worker conditions in sweatshops and calls for concerted international efforts to improve working conditions. 4, declares that workers be given the right to refuse work and is entitled to a fair trade trial and cause of disputation. Done.
I would like them now to call up the seconder of this resolution, Denmark, to please speak on the podium.
Stand behind me like this?
What, you gotta go.
Okay. Do I just start?
Start talking.
Okay. I second the opinion of the submitter of opening this resolution because working conditions are incredibly important in Denmark, and we believe that this should be taken seriously. A few reasons why is because over 750 deaths are caused over work-related stress or physical issue, and we find that incredibly concerning due to the fact that this means a significant amount of lives are being lost because workers are dying because the work environment isn't safe, and yeah.
Good?
Yeah. Who's next? Well.
I would like to call up the negator of this resolution, Uganda, to please speak at the podium.
I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Uganda, to please approach the podium. Uganda, please approach the podium. Oh, okay. Okay. What? No, what? I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, New Zealand, to please approach the podium.
Good afternoon to the Council, Chair, and all other delegations present.
New Zealand proposes an amendment to Clause 2C, worker education
This is a
program.
reminder for delegates to please remain decorum on the floor, or else you will be kicked out.
New Zealand proposes an amendment to Clause 2C, worker education programs, including but not limited to safe handling of hazardous substances and the correct use of industrial machinery, and believe there should be an additional statement regarding workplace accidents and injuries. We believe that it is important for hardworking employees to be allocated additional and proportionate compensation as a result of an injury that occurs in the workplace. According to the National Security Council statistics in 2021, the total cost of work injuries was $167 billion, with medical expenses being a total of $36.6 billion. New Zealand wishes to affirm the rights of individuals who have acquired a workplace injury to have healthcare costs associated with the injury covered by their employees in jurisdictions where free healthcare is unavailable and/or difficult to obtain.
I recognize the delegate from Bhutan.
Point of information.
Granted.
So what would you do if there's an incident where an employee is hurt by refusing to comply with the company's safety procedures or purposely causes himself an injury to gain such funds?
In the case that the injury is not the cause of employer or workplace neglect, then that injury should not be covered by the employer under our amendment.
But why would an employer?
If the negligence is
Supplementary.
Granted.
Would you then require all employers to have insurance for their employees?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well.
Would you then require all employers to have insurance for their employees?
Would you require all employers to have insurance for their employees?
All employers could have insurance for their employees, but if that insurance isn't present, then the healthcare costs associated with the injury should fall on the responsibility of the employer to pay.
Thank you.
This is another reminder for delegates to please remain decorum on the floor. Security, please escort out delegates who are not remaining decorum. I'd now like to call the next speaker. I'd like to recognize the delegate from the Russian Federation.
Of information. Would this not have devastating economic consequences for employers who have to pay for every little medical expense for their employees?
New Zealand believes that employers have a responsibility of care for their employees in ensuring the workplace that they foster is safe for their employees. And if any workplace injury occurs that is the fault of the employer, they should receive appropriate punishment for that. And we believe the minimum, which is what is proposed in our resolution for appropriate punishment for causing a workplace injury of your employee, is to, at the very least, pay for their health care costs.
Supplementary.
Granted.
What would stop people from abusing this system and claiming medical expenses for injuries that they didn't happen at their workplace?
So, why would you do that? No, the injury has to be proven. Getting it?
Sufficient proof would be required that the injury happened at the workplace and was the fault of the employer.
Thank you.
That's three. No.
I recognize the delegate from the United Kingdom.
Point of information?
Granted.
Isn't this mostly covered through most countries? Isn't this covered through most countries' version of like tort law cases where workers' compensation is an issue that is a suable defense on?
So to address this point, 34 countries have no established injury prevention laws, and globally only 34% of workers are covered by workplace injury laws.
Thank you.
Seeing as we have reached a limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the amendment, Mexico, New Zealand, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Mexico, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. And I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, the People's Republic of China, to please approach the podium.
You forgot your placard. New Zealand, you forgot your placard.
Do you want to speak or should I speak?
The People's Republic of China asks to strike Clause 2 from the resolution, as we believe that it would be ineffectual in terms of what the resolution actually hopes to commit to improving, as not only would this already be under the jurisdiction of the unions and the company, but even if we did enact further labor laws, there's nothing technically stopping companies from just continuing to break them. For example, we do actually have pretty decent labor laws in China, it's just that foreign companies love to break them.
This is an announcement that we are no longer moving delegates on the speakers list. You will no longer be ordered based on speaker points. I recognize the delegate from Ireland. For the time being, I recognize the delegate from Ireland.
Point of clarification.
Granted.
Are you suggesting that companies will invest their own money into providing training and safe working conditions?
We believe that it is the responsibility of the company to do so, given that if they want a worker to perform a job, the worker will need to know how to actually perform the job, which would generally include the operation of the machinery required to perform their training sufficiently. We believe that governments, as much as we decide to try to put in extra measures, we cannot cover the exact small bits of every little safety thing in every single possible position. Therefore, it's the company's responsibility to maintain a proper safety protocol based on the specifics of the job.
Supplementary.
Granted.
How can you be so sure that companies will provide this? Especially in countries like China where working conditions are known to be hazardous and tiresome.
Well, it's not so much the companies, right? It's more so.
Well, for one, there are unions in the majority of countries, which has their job to do this. For two, there are already labor laws in the majority of countries that cover this sort of thing. The addition of throwing extra money at it would not actually solve the problem, in our opinion. It is more of a legal problem as opposed to an economic one. Because as much as we try to create more programs, for example, as much as we invest GDP in this, the companies should already be investing their own money, and thus is effectively the bringing in of GDP to create these laws, these measures.
Okay.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegates from Sweden.
Point of information.
Granted.
Considering past incidents such as the Foxconn tragedies, where workers faced hazardous conditions despite companies' significant revenue, how does China propose to address systemic labor rights issues solely through voluntary investments by companies?
I was just saying, notably, like companies
Notably, for example, the majority of the time where there are incidents like this, the company that is within it is not actually state-owned or state-sanctioned, but actually foreign government, or actually owned by foreign companies, and are thus not under jurisdiction. Therefore, a resolution like this would not actually help, which is our argument as to why it should be stricken.
Supplementary.
Granted.
Can China elaborate on how striking the clause ensures the safety and well-being of the workers in industries prone to exploitation?
Notably, it should not be, we're not really trying to say that it protects them so much as this clause does not help them in any way more than what we're already doing. For example, like companies can invest in this kind of thing and protect workers, but what this says does not actually help that, further that in any way because it's essentially unenforceable.
Our argument is basically that we're cutting off the fluff from this resolution, as this is a useless clause, so we are striking it because it is not actually helpful.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegates from Israel.
Given that there are measures in place to monitor corporations and their policies for worker rights and how they're treating their workers through such as government inspectors, why do you suggest that why do you suggest that this clause is unenforceable despite the fact that many countries have measures in place, even for corporations that are not from their country, they still have jurisdiction over them because they're still situated and operating in your country? Or is your reasoning for striking this clause just to mask the fact that your country has shown neglect to your workers?
I would like it to be noted that the initial clause is not about actually reaffirming workers' rights. It's about throwing more money at the problem and hoping that it will solve it. Our argument is that throwing more money at this by investing additional GDP will not actually solve any of the problems because, for one, a government program cannot possibly cover all of the specifics for every single worker's safety hazard. For two, personal protective equipment should already be provided by the company, and as much as we run inspections, if we just give the company more money, there is no guarantee that they will use the 0.3% of our GDP that we threw at them to actually help their workers. So our argument is basically that this is not a helpful thing for the furtherment of workers' rights, because it does not actually help the cause. It simply throws more money at the problem and hopes that it will fix it.
Supplementary?
Granted.
So why don't you use that GDP for government programs that monitor corporations?
We have already stated our position on this. We have stated that, for one, the majority of companies that cause workers' rights violations are under the management of a foreign company and thus likely not under our jurisdiction. And for two, in the sense of government programs, as we have already stated, investing money in creating more government safety programs cannot possibly cover every single small safety hazard in every single possible position that a worker could hold, and is thus not actually very helpful.
Essentially, our idea is that these programs already exist. They do not help, they do not work to the full capacity that they should, and therefore adding more money to these programs does not guarantee that they will work any better than they already do.
Supplementary?
Denied. Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Because this amendment is to strike a clause, this is automatically an unfriendly amendment. We will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All of those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails. I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, the Netherlands, to please approach the podium. Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor.
I wish I could greet everyone with a good afternoon, but unfortunately it is not a good afternoon when you have people dying in sweatshops every day. My amendment is to amend Clause 3. I demand that all sweatshops cease operation until better and safer working conditions are implemented alongside with better wages for workers.
I recognize the delegates from Finland.
Point of information.
Granted.
How are we going to ensure that all sweatshops cease their operation? I want to hear more detail about this.
Governments should be sending inspectors and police officers to seal factories and sweatshops, to deny entry to all those who are supposed to work there, until the employers can actually fix their sweatshops and make it safer for their people.
Okay, thank you.
We urge delegates who have not spoken to please approach the mics. You are less likely to be chosen if you have already spoken. We recognize the delegates from Brazil.
Point of information.
Granted.
What do you define as a sweatshop?
A sweatshop will be like, for example, a textile factory in which hundreds of workers are side by side in rooms with poor ventilation, with many people, and extreme heat in there, causing their deaths and injuries.
Thank you.
We recognize the delegates from Denmark.
Point of information. Sorry,
Granted.
you mentioned that you would send people to monitor these sweatshop operations. How would you decide who gets to go?
Well, that would be up to the governments to send most likely officials from police departments, like inspectors or deputies, to go and make sure that it stays shut, and regular police officers will be there to prevent them.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
We recognize the delegate from Malaysia.
Point of information.
Granted.
Given that sweatshops, as you say, are hazardous, yet they still make up a large percentage of the total production of several countries. What is the incentive to transition away from these sweatshops in the short term, as it would completely tank the economy?
Simply put, the ethics and morals of people should come over the money. No human life can have a number put on it. Every human life is valuable and should remain valuable.
Supplementary.
Granted.
How do you plan this complete transition from sweatshops to normal factories?
Well, I expect them, firstly, to cut the amount of workers on a shift or increase the size of the rooms, increase ventilation, and give them proper protective gear.
Thank you.
Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the amendment, the Netherlands, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
This is a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Mexico, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails.
Money over morals lets the whole world burn.
Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor. Security, please escort out delegates who are not maintaining decorum. I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, Poland, to please approach the podium.
Substage B? Who am I? No, I'm not trying to get kicked out again. I can take a step back. Sure.
The allocation of 0.3% of a nation's GDP is an unnecessary amount to be spent on worker conditions. The burden of the needs of the workers should fall on the corporations that are employing said workers. The member states should impose strict regulation on the corporations involved that force corporations to expend the resources to provide a safe and sanitary workplace up to a UN-recognized standard.
I recognize the delegates from the Republic of Korea.
Point of information.
Granted.
Instead of completely striking or taking out the allocation of 0.3% of a nation's GDP, do you not believe that there should still be some financial investment for the GDP of nations to provide worker training programs?
The investment of wealth should be done by the corporations involved because it is far too much money for 0.3% of a nation's GDP. Because, say Canada, for example, that has about $5 billion into just worker training programs, which could easily be funded by the companies involved. Say Amazon, for example, which has about, let's see here, a net worth of $1.7 trillion, which could definitely, I would say, definitely afford $5 billion worth, or probably more than that for worker training programs.
Supplementary?
Granted.
I did not state as a reinitialization of 0.3% of a nation's GDP, but a number lower. Would you not think that we still need some sort of financial investment into worker training and programs? Maybe not 0.3% of a nation's GDP, but lower, just so we're still investing in these safety programs for workers.
No, I do not think so. It should be covered by the corporations employing the workers.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegates from Iceland.
Point of information.
Granted.
So you want to enforce regulations, but how are you going to make sure that governments actually see through with these?
The UN can provide personnel to monitor the progress of the government on the regulations of the corporations and the laws that will be provided.
Okay, thank you. I get, yeah, she answered it.
I recognize the delegate from Canada.
Point of information.
Granted.
Does Poland recognize that imposing strict regulations on corporations may actually de-incentivize corporations from existing within a particular economy, causing them to migrate to a different country where labor laws may not be as tight, and then will then essentially punish countries that have gone through the efforts of imposing stricter regulations on corporations?
Yes, we do. This is why we are encouraging all member states to impose regulations and not just the ones that already have regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Will the submitter of the amendment, Poland, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Mexico, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. I'd now like to call the next speaker. Seeing as we have reached the limit on amendments, we will now be moving into voting procedures. We will now be moving into voting procedures for GA resolution number 008. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit, and security, please bar the doors. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the majority in favor, this motion clearly passes. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from South Africa.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open GA11.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Ireland? Thank you, Ireland. Can I have a speaker against?
Jacob.
Thank you, India. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor. No, that was. To please approach the podium.
I'm going to change poverty to tragedy. With the amount of hate and tragedy in this world and the amount of hate and tragedy being discussed today, it is important that we recognize those capable of loving regardless of gender and celebrate them instead of punish them. It is important that we discuss this issue today, and it's important that we discuss it right now.
Thank you, Ireland. Can the speaker against India please approach the podium?
Okay. As India, we oppose opening resolution.
Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor.
As India, we oppose opening resolution 011 on anti-LGBT.
Delegates, this is another reminder to please remain decorum on the floor. Security, please escort delegates who are not remaining in decorum.
Okay. So as India, we oppose opening resolution 011 on anti-LGBTQ legislation in Uganda and Nigeria at this time. While we recognize the importance of LGBTQ rights, there are more pressing global issues demanding attention. Therefore, we believe our resources and efforts should be directed towards urgent humanitarian crisis and promoting peace and stability in conflict-affected regions. In particular, Resolution 007 regarding the privatization of spaceflight industry addresses critical safety concerns and the need for universal regulations in an industry with significant implications for humanity's future. Opening this resolution will allow us to address pressing issues related to space exploration and safety, which are vital for global progress and advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, India. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA resolution numbers 011. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion fails. Are there any motions on the floor?
I can say that.
I recognize the delegate from Vatican City. I recognize the delegates from Spain.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to go to lunch.
Come on, it's like 5 minutes.
I feel that is not in order at this time. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from Iceland.
Motion to open GA Resolution 009.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Let's do Finland. Okay. Thank you, Finland. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Palestine. At this time, I'd like to call up a speaker in favor. Finland, please approach the podium.
不好意思，你觉得我讲1分钟会不会太长一点呢？没关系，可以吧？行。好吧，好吧。Honorable Chair and delegates, as the representative of Finland, we support the proposals of Iceland related with Resolution 9. As a seconder, Finland, we strongly encourage each and every delegate to vote for Resolution 9.
Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor.
Thank you. We encourage every delegate to vote for Resolution 9 and consider this as our first priority. Because this resolution we talk about is a big issue that we are all facing, which is the spread of misinformation. The problem is huge because when false information come around, which sometimes it can, well, make people consume concerned and unsure about what to believe, and also it can even make people become distrustful of those who are supposed to keep us safe and informed. Therefore, we are here to promote this topic as our priority. We have got to teach people how to spot false news and encourage them how to share the truth. Together, we can make some changes and inform it. I yield my time to the chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Can the speaker against Palestine please approach the podium?
It's okay. I've seen many delegations here not care about countries currently facing war, such as Palestine and Ukraine. We're forcing countries to spend money from their GDP left and right. This resolution urges nations to provide 0.4% of their GDP. That is over $60 million that Palestinians can use to rebuild their home that would be going towards stop cutting down on misinformation. This should be something that is taken up by a separate council and not something that we should be doing amongst ourselves. This whole resolution is focused on spending money on issues that many countries might not even be facing. So I urge all of you to not open debate on this resolution and discuss and debate a resolution that is more vital and affects all of us in this room.
Thank you, Palestine. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution number 009. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion. Therefore, there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With a minority in favor, this motion clearly fails. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegates from the Republic of Korea.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to go to lunch.
I feel that is not in order at this time. Are there any motions on the floor? Lunch will begin at 11:15. 1:15. I recognize the delegate from Vatican City.
Point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Elaborate,
oh,
please.
Yeah, sorry, my brain. I got a letter from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea that said, and I quote, "Please refrain from using religious phrases. I believe, as the Pope and representative of the Vatican, that this violates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights set out by the United Nations under Article 18 and 19, which read, everyone has the right to freedom of thought, consciousness, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either alone or in community with others and in public or private to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. And Article 19, everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media regardless of frontiers. I wish for an apology and for this to be revoked and my religious rights back."
While we appreciate your concerns, Vatican City, and we appreciate you voicing them. However, due to the secular nature of Martingrove Model United Nations, religious phrases are strictly prohibited. Please sit down. I recognize the delegate from Indonesia.
Motion to open Resolution 004.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, Australia. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Denmark. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor, Australia. Please approach the podium.
Okay, so I know this resolution has failed in the past, and I know we all want to go to lunch, but smart cities are something that are really worth our time. Almost everybody here, I don't know about people who don't go to Martingrove, but almost everybody here lives in a city and is affected by smart cities, like is affected by issues such as public transportation. Every city in the world needs these kinds of infrastructure to be able to function like cities. So this resolution is very important to create effective cities. Thank you. Did I miss
Thank
something?
you, Australia.
I think I missed some point.
Can the speaker against Denmark please approach the podium?
Hello. So opening this resolution helping develop smart cities would find help with the climate change as cities produce a large amount of carbon emissions. However, I think we have to first focus on helping the people affected by these cities before we delve into actually fixing the infrastructure, as we can focus on resolutions like resolution we can focus on helping people affected by the pollution emitted from these non-smart cities first and giving them refuge, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution number 004. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With a minority in favor, this motion fails. Are there any motions on the floor?
I won't say lunch. I know, I won't say lunch. I'll open 3.
I recognize the delegate from the Russian Federation.
Point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
A member of the tech desk recently emoted on me during the conference with the quote, "Hee hee hee ha."
Thank you. Tech desk, would you like to apologize?
He doesn't want to apologize?
We hope you can look past this transgression, Russian Federation.
I'll never forget this.
I recognize the delegate from the Netherlands.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open Resolution 003.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? This is a reminder for delegates to please remain decorum on the floor. I know we are hungry too. Please remain decorum. Thank you. The People's Republic of China. Can I have a speaker against? New Zealand. Canada. Thank you, Canada. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor. Please approach the podium. Delegates, please remain decorum on the floor.
There are many good reasons to reopen debate on GA003, not the least of which being the fact that it was previously opened and never actually finished. Seeing as it has already been opened, we can agree that this is an important issue to the majority of people of countries in this room, and furthermore, that if we are going to start something, we might as well finish it.
Also, notably, militarization of outer space is a more pressing issue than ever, considering the advances in technology and the development in technology that has currently been going on. Many countries have launched missiles or satellites or other pieces of technology that have entered outer space and could potentially be considered weapons for military. And I think it is imperative that we address this issue as soon as possible.
Thank you, the People's Republic of China. Can the speaker against Canada please approach the podium? Delegates, please remain decorum. We will not proceed unless the floor is silent.
Hello. We, the delegates of Canada, believe that the pressing matter of militarization in outer space is not as important as human rights in Uganda, LGBTQ rights in specifics. We believe that the importance of technological defense in outer space against other nations, hostile nations, not to point any fingers, are not as important as other pressing matters, let's say climate change. Extraterrestrial life is also not an importance as well. Aliens don't exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on GA Resolution number 003. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion. Therefore, there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion fails. Are there any motions on the floor?
Come on. Hey, I wasn't here. I was in council. Go back. I didn't hear the. You're running. I didn't hear the rules. I walked in. I walked down. Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from South Africa.
How?
That's so crazy. I haven't.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to go to lunch.
I feel that that is not in order at this time. There are 3 more minutes until lunch. Okay. I recognize the delegate from Finland.
Point of order.
Granted.
Let's open resolution 007.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? India. Okay. Thank you, India. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Israel. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor. India, to please approach the podium.
Namaste. India rises to address Resolution 007 on privatization of the space flight industry. We acknowledge the importance of the space flight industry and the significant role it plays in advancing human exploration and scientific discovery. However, we are deeply concerned about the lack of oversight on privately owned spaceflight companies and the absence of universal regulations governing the commercialization of space. Let us seize this opportunity to lay the groundwork for a sustainable and responsible spaceflight industry that benefits all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, India. I recognize the delegate from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to pause debate on this resolution and go to lunch.
I feel that is very much in order at this time.
Delegates, please settle down on in your seats, please. Thank you. I would like to remind delegates, please settle down in your seats, and security, please close the doors. We will now resume our session. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegates. Please maintain decorum on the floor. I recognize the delegate from Pakistan.
Point to personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Insulted.
Would you mind elaborate?
Somalia has sent us a very disrespectful note, and we would like them to apologize publicly.
Somalia, would you like to apologize?
Yes, we would like to sincerely apologize to Pakistan for the page that we sent.
Thank you. Pakistan, we hope you can accept this apology. I recognize the delegate from India.
Point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes, by the chair. There was I will elaborate. There was a resolution on GA 007 going on, but you said that we should start a new resolution when it's not completed yet. So I prefer that you would continue with continuing this amendment right now, this resolution right now.
Our apologies. So would you want a point of order to resume on debate?
Yes, I would. To resume on 007.
Granted, I feel like that is very much in order at this time. We would now resume debate on resolution GA 007.
Thank you.
Point of order.
I recognize the delegate from Germany.
Proceed to ban paging system because of the insults that are going on.
I feel like that is very much in order at this time. Paging system would now be closed. Pages, please return to the pit. I recognize a delegate from Ecuador.
Point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Would you mind elaborating?
The delegation of Sweden has said that our products on the open market are inferior to those in Colombia.
Sweden, would you like to apologize? Ecuador, we hope you can look past this transgression.
I have powerful friends, very powerful friends.
I recognize the delegate from Ukraine.
Point of order.
Granted.
We would like to rescind the ban on the paging system and encourage the pages to instead just not deliver insults, because the paging system is also used for important tasks relating to the resolution and the assembly.
I feel like that is very much in order at this time. Paging system is now back open. However, pages, please properly scan the pages before delivering. Thank you. I recognize the delegate from Indonesia.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to limit the amount of personal privileges.
What does that mean? No.
I feel like
Due to irrelevant points brought up by nations.
Would you mind repeating how many points
3.
in total?
Yep.
I feel like that is very much in order at this time. Points of personal privileges will be limited to 3 for the time.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Palestine.
Point of personal privilege.
Do you feel insulted, misquoted, or misconstrued?
Yes.
Would you mind elaborating?
The United States called the nation of Palestine a wannabe nation. And I would like a public apology for this.
United States, would you like to apologize? Palestine, we hope we can look past this discussion.
Unless we don't.
We will now resume back to debating on resolution GA 007.
Point of personal privilege. I have been insulted by a Myanmar. Fatherland have been insulted. This part. Yeah. Yeah, that's bad. They just. The picture of World War II's. Yeah, one of our past leaders.
Can I have a speaker against in opening debate in GA07?
Point of order.
Thank you, Albania. Can I have the speaker against in opening resolution GA07, Albania, please approach the podium. A reminder that the paging system is closed at this time. There are no resolution that is open for debate, so paging system remain closed. Pages, please return to the pit.
We believe that speaking about resolution GA007 is not relevant at this time, as we believe more pressing issues should be brought up, such as generative AI or that we've already discussed, or climate change. So we don't believe that speaking about this once again is relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Albania. We would now be moving into voting procedure to open debate on resolution GA007. I would like to remind delegate that this is a privileged motion. Therefore, there are no abstention. All those in favor? All those against? With a majority in favor, we will now open debate on resolution GA007. I would now like to call upon the submitter of this resolution, Belgium. Please approach the podium. Since Belgium is not here, can we have a submitter for this resolution? Please raise your placard if you... I'd now like to call upon Ukraine to be the submitter of this resolution. Please approach the podium.
Do I go? Regarding privatization of the spaceflight industry, the General Assembly is aware of the increasing importance of the spaceflight industry and the vast privatization of the world's spaceflight industries leading to a commercialized environment of space exploration. Is deeply concerned by the lack of oversight by federal bodies on privately owned spaceflight companies and the absence of universal regulations regarding the commercialization of the space sector. recognizing that federal bureaucracy worldwide widely hinders public sector space programs and places steep funding costs in the hands of citizens through extreme tax hikes. Is aware that SpaceX has launched Falcon 9 rockets 230 times successfully since 2002, compared to 166 successful spaceflights launched by NASA since 1958, with one less failure and nearly 40% more launches in a window of time 40 years shorter. Is cognizant of the difficulty third world countries may have in establishing their own public spaceflight programs due to the lack of a strong economy. Desiring the creation of universal regulations on the commercialized spaceflight industry to aid in the prevention of possible loss in human life. Urges all nations to put in place federal regulations on commercial spaceflight companies by 2030. Strongly recommends developed countries with existing commercial and public sector spaceflight industries to lead the way in regulating the space sector as a whole. Calls for the establishment of global spaceflight protocols and regulations, as well as increased taxation on commercial spaceflight industries to support the public sector, and stresses the increasing need for standardized federal regulations of the commercial spaceflight industry to prevent the loss of human life, as well as provide enrichment to the public.
Thank you, Ukraine. I would now like to call up the seconder of this resolution, Hungary. Please approach the podium. A reminder to delegate that the paging system is closed at the moment. There are no pages being passed around, and security are not supposed to pass pages. Thank you.
Can I start now? Okay. So we are the delegation of Hungary, and we second this resolution. The problem here is that for far too long, the spaceflight industry has been free, without many regulations. This leads to many problems, such as loss of human life, losses that we could have prevented. The reasonable solution here is to prevent this problem from occurring more frequently, is to introduce federal regulations and taxations on commercial spaceflight. This will not only prevent the unnecessary deaths, but will also help the public space sector. Private corporations such as SpaceX have had numerous more rocket launches, while public organizations such as NASA have had fewer in the span of more time. Constant launches would cause a lot of emission. With the increased taxation, public spaceflight corporations could use the funds to enhance and find more sustainable practices. A reason to add regulations is because corporations are experimenting on new things without minding the consequences that occur in the long run. For example, private companies are using methane gas as their main fuel source, and this might cause more dire effects on the environment than compared to the primary fuel, liquid hydrogen, that we use currently. As of right now, there aren't many regulations regarding the spaceflight industry or any limitations that corporations need to adhere to. Without proper knowledge of the long and short-term impacts of these different factors, it is important to place regulations before a definite answer is found.
Putting federal regulations on commercial space flight companies will only result in the better and safer situation. It would prevent the loss of human life that would have occurred otherwise. Adding on, the funding from the taxation could also be used to put and establish a sustainable spaceflight corporations within third world countries. Alone, they might not have the money and resources, but if space corporations can assist these countries from a portion of taxation received, they might be able to join in on the exploration and research. Therefore, we strongly believe that the federal regulations and the taxation, among other things, will result in a safer and more stable spaceflight industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Hungary. I would now like to call upon the negator of this resolution, India. Please approach the podium. Country India, please approach the podium with your placard. Oh, thank you.
Namaste, delegates. India stands in opposition to Resolution 007 concerning the privatization of the spaceflight industry. While we acknowledge the significance of the space industry's commercialization, we express deep concerns about the potential ramifications of privatization without adequate oversight and regulation. The absence of strict regulations could compromise safety standards and exacerbate existing rules in access to space technology. Furthermore, the resolution fails to address the challenges faced by developed nations in establishing their space programs. Without appropriate support mechanisms and regulatory frameworks, privatization may widen the gap between spacefaring nations and those with limited resources. India emphasizes the need for comprehensive regulations and international cooperation to ensure the responsible and equitable development of the space industry. While we believe that prioritizing safety and inclusivity in space exploration efforts is paramount to fostering global progress and collaboration in this field, I yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Would now like to call upon the first speaker on the speakers list, the United States of America. Please approach the podium.
Thank you. So we're saying that commercialization propels innovation. The regulation restricts companies such as SpaceX, which is our company, to innovate. Therefore, we believe that it should be struck down.
I recognize the delegate from Bhutan.
Point of information.
Granted.
Wouldn't the commercialization of space travel just lead to companies cutting costs, cutting corners to save costs, leading to more injuries?
That wasn't the only aspect of this first clause. It also stated that it will regulate companies like SpaceX or other privatized companies, and that will restrict growth and innovation as well. And that is a factor that you did not factor in or point out. And then additionally, the growth of America and our own space sector is something that has recently been skyrocketing in comparison to also the people who drafted this resolution. So then their intentions can also come into question, which you do not seem to factor into the equation. So thank you.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Indonesia.
Point of information.
Granted.
Indonesia also believes that commercialization does propel innovation. However, we do believe that there should be regulations. So Indonesia, as of right now, will not challenge this amendment, but we would like to ask you a question. How can we be sure that commercialization always propels innovation? Could there be instances where it does lead to unhealthy competition and monopolies?
So I think some level of competition is definitely healthy, and it does lead to more innovation. So since you believe that, as you stated, you believe that innovation is something that you and your country is interested in, I think that this would be the best amendment to the resolution, because it is propelling innovation. So if we do have some sort of healthy competition within the market, it does lead to people being able to really bounce ideas off of each other, or really try to strive to be the best in the industry.
Point of supplementary.
Granted.
Could there be regulations put in place to ensure safe and ethical practices?
Yeah, of course. So in the United States of America, we are always concerned about people's safety. And that being said, by having commercialization, we can help companies and let companies achieve maximum efficiency while also being able to invest in research and development. That being said, by allowing to invest in research and development, companies like SpaceX can also develop safety protocols and technologies in order to safeguard any civilians getting on board. That also, once these companies are able to innovate that and come to that level or stage of maturity, then we can start introducing safety protocols and safety rules. I hope that answers your question.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Granted.
What's the limit on the POIs on specific amendments?
3.
Okay.
I recognize a delegate from Czech Republic.
So United States of America, don't you think that...
Could I get a point, please?
Point of information.
Granted.
United States of America, don't you think that there should be some rules to regulate the private sector? Because although commercialization, we do need those private sectors, but the problem is that it could eventually inhibit development, because in the next decade, it's projected that over 70,000 satellites will be launched into space. Now that creates, and that is a large part due to the private space companies. And the problem is that a large amount of satellites could potentially be dangerous, as there's a greater chance that they will strike each other, and cause essentially these clouds of debris, and that could essentially make it impossible for us to actually launch rockets.
All right, so first of all, you talked about development and how there are increasing amounts of vehicles going into space, and then next up you brought the possibility of threats up, and you related that back to regulation. So what I have to say about this is that in order to actually have an equal and fair playing field and not have not put other nations at risk to countries like China who will disregard this this resolution, we will strike this clause down, as it is the best move to make in order to have a fair playing field. And I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing that the point of information has reached the limit, I will now ask the submitter of the amendment if it's unfriendly or friendly.
Unfriendly.
Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? And all of those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails.
God bless America. God bless America.
Can the next speaker on the speakers list, Canada, come to the podium, please?
I'm afraid. Sure. Because unfortunately, like, I'm sorry if this goes wrong.
That's okay.
Is the mic picking me up? Saying
I could
all
just
this?
say it, or do you want? Here, just say.
Tell me if it's good or not.
Could we please maintain decorum on the floor? Thank you. Will Canada please read their amendment?
Okay. Hi. Canada proposes to strike this resolution for the establishment of global spaceflight protocols and regulations, as well as increased taxation on commercial spaceflight industries to support the public sector. An increase in taxation may lead to hampering in innovation, and it also may lead to a decrease in willingness for public sector, private space sector companies to open, as well as to create new technologies. Our country, as well as many countries in the West, are countries that strive off of the values of a free market and ones that support innovation and entrepreneurs first and foremost. We believe that increased taxation to promote a public sector is not in our best interest, nor is it in the best interest of many countries present here today. Thank you. It's GG. Did you want? Yeah, if they ask a question you want to answer, definitely take it. I'm sorry I changed your entire thing up.
Oh, it's okay. It's way better than mine.
I recognize a delegate from Brazil.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to reopen paging system, as it's been closed and we normally have the paging system open during amendments.
Due to the incident previously, because of inappropriate messages, we're just going to keep it closed. I recognize a delegate from Ecuador.
Point of information.
Granted.
Calling back to the earlier days of space exploration and private and public sector space exploration, America's Apollo program had multiple private sector companies working for their public sector agency NASA, such as Grumman, which is a very well-known aerospatial company that is awarded government contracts by the American government. These companies were taxed heavily, but in return, the public sector benefits they provided were returned in lieu of extreme amounts of money, in my opinion. So I believe that striking the entire clause which includes regulations and as well as the taxation of companies that could be using money from public sector places, should not be submitted. So I was just wondering, why would the entire clause be struck instead of amended? Hardcore yapping. Yeah, I kind of think on the fly. Yeah, that's my whole thing.
Are you trying to speak or something?
I'm gonna ask him to repeat the question in more simple.
All right, I won't ask for a second. What are we doing?
Hi. Could you repeat the question again in a more simpler manner?
Why are you trying to strike the entire clause when in the past private sector space companies have been awarded by the public sector in the face of extreme taxation?
We believe that each government and each economy has different needs that do not uniformly benefit from increased taxation on the private sector. While it may be true that in certain cases, taxation on the private sector eventually came back and benefited them, we do not believe that it should be applied in such a general manner. And that is why we wish to strike the entire clause.
Supplementary?
Supplementary?
Yes.
Granted?
So why still, even though that it does not, it theoretically would not apply to the entire world, in our current situation, most of the aerospatial companies are the exact same across every single public sector space agency, as well as working within the private sector?
Because in the absence of this clause, should it be strucken down, governments and economies, as well as companies, will be able to decide on their own terms and adapt to whatever situation fits them best. Striking down this clause is not us advocating for no regulation or no taxation at all. It's simply giving freedom to independent and different organizations and governments to decide for themselves what they think is best for themselves, their people, and their economy.
Thank you.
I recognize a delegate from Poland.
Oh my God.
Point of information.
Granted?
As previously argued, the complete strike of Clause 3, I believe, is not of the best interest. The taxation, I do support the removal of the taxation, as that will provide more innovation in the commercial industry. But the complete removal of regulation could involve some safety accidents between multiple companies and possibly even a space race in the commercial industry if unregulated.
It is worth remembering that space companies are not somehow exempt from the law of whatever country they operate in. If a space company is acting irresponsibly and negligently, they will still be subject to lawsuits, fines, and imprisonment, as is decided by the judicial system in which they reside. Furthermore, sorry, give me a minute, I need to think. These space companies, in the past and presently, are not present in every country. There are some countries that simply do not have a space industry and will not for the foreseeable future. So asking that they implement regulation for industries that do not exist seems strange and not practical as a recommendation.
Supplementary?
Denied. Seeing that we've Sorry. Recognize the delegate from Australia. Granted?
We appreciate your contributions to UN projects. However, many countries have not contributed as much as you have. Therefore, would it not be more equitable to amend Clause 3 to only tax certain countries?
We believe that that would be more efficiently recovered by introducing an entirely new clause rather than operating off of a faulty one. And once again, we also believe that countries are within their right to make these decisions somewhat independently of this organization.
Thank you.
We have now reached the limited points of information, and seeing as this is the amendment to strike a clause, it is automatically unfriendly, meaning we will now move into voting procedure. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment automatically fails. I recognize the delegate from International Tribunal Law of the Sea.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to cap amendments and go straight to voting for this resolution.
I feel that that is very much in order at this time. Thank you.
Well, we're getting into awards soon. Oh!
Point of order.
I recognize the delegate from Germany.
Proceed to voting procedure.
Granted. We will now be moving into voting procedures for GA Resolution 007. This is a non-privileged motion. Therefore, there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit. There are new pages. Security, please bar the doors. All those in favor? All those against? And all of those abstaining? With the minority in favor, this motion clearly fails. I recognize the delegate from Germany.
Point of order.
Granted.
Proceed to open 005.
Denied.
All right.
I recognize the delegate from Saudi Arabia.
Point of interest.
Granted. There's no interest.
Point of interest. Oh, granted. I'm feeling threatened with the people behind me. Russia is making threats towards us.
Could you please repeat that?
Russia is making threats towards us. What they say? What they say? Now?
Russia, could we please avoid that? Thank you.
Right now, wait until she finishes. If Russia doesn't stop, we're gonna bomb them.
Can we please maintain decorum on the floor? Thank you. We will now be putting a stop to the debate and proceed into the award ceremony. Can everyone head to their seats, please? Thank you.
Delegates, we do have an announcement. We have people coming around collecting name tags. If you give in your name tag, you will be entered in a raffle for a Tim Hortons gift card. Again, raffle for Tim Hortons gift card if you give in your name tag.
Delegates, can we all please settle down in order for our ceremony to begin?
Delegates, we have now come to the end of MMUN 2024. However, before we conclude the conference, we would like to take the time to recognize those delegations, delegates, and other individuals who have demonstrated outstanding ability throughout the conference. Fortunately, our physical awards have arrived on time. And without further ado, let's move straight to the award ceremony. I'd like to start out with the best dressed delegation. Yeah. Okay. The award for the best dressed delegation goes to Vatican City.
That's unholy.
Since you've asked for a speech, we will give you a short 30-second speech.
I would like to give thanks to the wider Christian world for this achievement. I'd also like to thank my mom for letting me get for using her Prime subscription to order this quick. And I'd like to thank our secret holy league of people, of countries, including us, Brazil, Czechia, Indonesia, India, Iceland, Poland, Luxembourg, Cambodia, Ecuador, and DRC. These nations have all agreed by their alliance to cause a crusade against an offensive nation that we all agreed on, New Zealand. Okay, bye.
We will now be moving on to the award for Best Roll Call. The award for Best Roll Call goes to the United Kingdom. Next, we will be announcing the award for Best Junior Delegate. The award for Best Junior Delegate goes to Ryan Shawais. Sorry, that was Junior Delegate. We would also like to recognize the Best Senior Delegate at the same time. Best Senior Delegate goes to Akira Ranguni.
We will now be moving on to the best delegate in the Security Council. The best delegate in the Security Council goes to Ryan Jin. And we also have a best delegate for Environmental Council, and the best delegate for Environmental Council goes to Zoe Lee. And now for the next award, Best Small Delegation, which goes to a delegation that has less than 3 members. And the Best Small Delegations goes to Netherlands. And now, next, we would like to call for our best delegation in the General Assembly goes to Finland. And our next award goes to Best Staff. Without all of our staff, we would not have such an amazing event like today. So I would like to begin with Best Security goes to Sajpreet Sandra. Our next award is to the Best Page. Best Page go to Aiden Mack. Wait a second, stay there. You stay there. Yeah, you stay there. Lastly, our Best Tech awards go to Flint Longman. You said you wanted a speech? Speech?
I did not expect this, but thank you. I was being bullied, and I thought I'd never get this, but thank you. And I'd just like to say that I don't accept this. The whole security team deserves this because they're amazing. I love them all. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, for our name tag raffle, we'll win a $15 Tim Hortons gift card. Goes to Axton Dockery from Vatican City.
God is good.
Here he gave a speech.
You know, I could only have gotten this with my luck, and also those two people in the back. Look, those two people, they're waving. Those people are good too, and also God. Ha!
We have handed out all the awards for this afternoon, but we'd like to recognize some special delegations. If you are named, please stand up. We'd like to recognize the delegation of Ireland, we'd also like to recognize the delegation of Germany, and the third delegation we'd like to recognize is Ukraine. This year we had about 27 staff execs helping us to organize this event, but we'd like to recognize two of them in particular. if we could have Skylar Shang and Reese Reja come up to the stage. We would also like to make a super special recognition of an exec. They put in a huge amount of effort and dedication to make this possible, and they took the time out of their schedule, which was really busy, may I mention, to help organize this event. If Munjal Patel could come up to the stage.
Why did we pick her?
That concludes this year Martingrove Model United Nations. We thank you all for coming and wish you all the best in your future events. While the debates that took place over these past 2 days has only been modeled in real-world politics, please remember that what you have learned and carry it with you as you go about your daily life. Yeah. Delegates, please remember to pick up your litter before you leave and dispose of it in the trash bin. All executive, security, page member, please report to the pit for cleanup. And can we have an exec photo, please? Thank you. And Mr. Donatelli. Exec photo with Mr. Donatelli.
This is order. You are now promoted.
Donatelli, could we have you come up to the stage for photos? Photos.
Can we still make proposals or motions?
They're taking a picture.
It's a joke one though.
Oh, they're taking a photo. Yes.
Good job, Ryan.
Oh, sorry. No.
Point of